Cloud, a novel by Fionn Cahalane.
Ajuma, 22, 12. Her hand looked so small in her great-grandmother's. It amazed G how light it felt, limp as she slept. Her snores continued as G turned her Ajuma's hand in hers. G shifted her thin frame closer, trying to find some comfort on their shared sleeping mat. A man laughed on the other side of the corrugated plastic divide, shaking it. It was a sound like distant thunder. The makeshift wall separated their small corner from the rest of the dingy boarding house. Ajuma would complain if she was awake. The wall was for privacy, she would say. It wasn't a piece of furniture he could rest his back against. But his booming laugh subsided as quickly as it came. G returned her attention to her Ajuma's hand. She observed the blue veins that knitted their way beneath her wrinkled skin. G imagined them like little rivers. The liver spots were like villages, the protruding ligaments, peaks separating peaceful valleys. She liked Ajuma's stories of nicer places than Lake Town. It was the nastiest place they'd lived so far. But as long as they had each other, G felt like she was home. She looked at her own hands, brown and taut against the baby fat. One day she would earn a story to show in them, like her Ajuma. A strange, deep voice burst into the calm of the room. There was someone at the door. G could tell he was an enforcer or something by the way he spoke. She couldn't make out what he was saying. But that tone was never good when she heard it. She squeezed her Ajuma's hand. It grew stiff with life. Old Haruna took a long, slow breath as she awoke. She grasped her great-granddaughter's hand. G could feel her heart slow ever so slightly. Her Ajuma groaned as she turned. She shuffled and placed her curved back against the sack that lay against the room's stone wall. Her eyes opened slowly and grew warm when they met G's. "What's the matter, Jiu?" she asked warmly. The voice at the entrance returned. G still couldn't make out what he was saying, but now she could hear the clanking sound of armor. Definitely enforcers. The sound rung in her Ajuma's head as well. The warmth left her face for a moment. Her eyes grew glassy as she strained to hear. G's eyebrows dipped as she surveyed her Ajuma's face. She noted the sudden change as she brought her attention back to her. The warmth returned without effort. Haruna reached out with her bony arm and took hold of G's narrow shoulder, inviting her to come closer. G huddled in the crook of her Ajuma's arm, resting her head against her chest. Haruna began caressing her great-granddaughter's short black hair. "You are so pretty," her Ajuma began. "Just like your mother, just like my daughter before her. One day you will be even more beautiful than they were." G screwed her face. She heard this so many times before. Now that she was almost 11, she had a hard time agreeing. "How can I be pretty when I look like a boy?" Haruna chuckled. "I told you, it's to keep you safe." G's face didn't loosen. It didn't make sense to her why she needed to pretend. Haruna began rubbing G's thin arm with her other hand, drawing her close into an embrace. G looked up at her. "What's wrong, Ajuma?" Haruna's eyes met her great-granddaughter's. G was beginning to recognize that look. It was like her Ajuma was there, but not at the same time. Even her smile felt a little forced. "Nothing's wrong, my dear." G allowed her to stroke her hair again, but her face remained screwed. "Did I ever tell you about the time I tried showing your how to spellcast?" G caught herself beaming. She loved this story. The idea of a normal person like her even trying to do magic. It was as absurd as it was amazing. G still looked forward to the day she could prove to her Ajuma that she had her skill. But that was years away yet. "Oh, it still makes me laugh," Haruna chuckled. "Not a spellcasting bone in your poor Uma's body." Her smile passed away then. G knew in the silence that her Ajuma's heartbreak was returning. The enforcer's voice came back, louder and closer now. "Where son Haruna is, or you will be arrested." G moved out of her Ajuma's arm to face her. Her eyes were filled with something strange. There was none of the surprise G expected. "They're looking for you, Ajuma." Haruna sat forward in her own time. "Help me up, G," she said, and G did. Haruna took G's hand in hers and led her out of their space. G didn't know where they were going until they stepped into another sleeping space. There was no one but them in the plastic-boarded cubicle. "What's happening, Ajuma?" Before Haruna responded, she tucked her great-granddaughter into the corner. "It's probably nothing, dear," she said. Her words didn't convince G, but she allowed her Ajuma to speak. They probably heard of my famous bibimbap, she said through a false chuckle. They've been after my recipe for years. The gleam in her great-grandmother's almost convinced her that everything would be okay. Haruna reached inside the pocket of her worn cloth pants. She retrieved a small brown cloth bundle tied into a ball with old string. She held it like it was treasure, staring at it. Ji watched her Ajuma's eyes drift away. There was less life in them somehow. She watched her Ajuma as she returned. It was so strange seeing her this way. Haruna looked at her again, a sudden steeliness in her face. She took her great-granddaughter's palm and placed the packet in it. She did so softly, as if returning a fallen egg to its nest. Ji closed her fingers around it. In her expression, she hoped to return a question. If I'm gone too long, you bring this to the holy temple. Pray for me to return. Someone will come to protect you. I promise. Ji felt her heart race. Ajuma, I don't understand. You will someday, Haruna returned hurriedly. Today I must go with these kind people. She faced the doorway and brushed dust from her dress. Ji saw her take a slow, deep breath. Now stay here and be quiet, okay? She said with one final glance. Ji nodded, though she still didn't understand. She watched as her Ajuma turned back around the plastic divide. The enforcers would be able to see her now. Ji couldn't help trying to see what was happening. She put her Ajuma's precious packet into her pocket with care. She crawled forward, quiet as a temple mouse, and peeked her head around the divide. Her Ajuma still shuffled towards the group of enforcers. It was so strange to see her small frame approaching the big men and women, all covered in their dull armor. The sight of their bandoliers, with small leather sacks attached, sent chills down Ji's neck. They carried so much magic. Ji could almost feel it. But despite the command they had over the room, it took them a while to notice her Ajuma. Haruna said something to them that Ji couldn't hear. Whatever it was, it made the enforcers grow stiff. Ji couldn't help but smile. Her Ajuma was a force to be reckoned with. The enforcers gathered, forming a shape to surround old Haruna. The doorways to the other boarding sections were growing full with rubbernecks. Ji felt hot at the sight of them. Her Ajuma talked with the tallest enforcer. Ji thought he must be the overseer. The other enforcers glanced at him every now and then. Ji could see they respected him, but her Ajuma was different. Haruna lifted a bony finger, telling them to wait. I just need to fetch my coat, Ji heard her say. The overseer's face grew red. He ordered her to stop. But they did nothing as she went into their sleeping section and came out a while later with her favorite red coat. She shuffled back towards the enforcers with a smile. Ji smiled at the confused looks on their faces. She had never been so proud of her Ajuma. Stop, one of the enforcers cried out. Ji looked at the man. His eyes were wide. His arm bent back into one of his casting pouches. An icy coldness washed over her. Haruna didn't respond, nor did anyone else. The man watched with a rigid intensity as she reached into her coat pocket. I said stop. The overseer grabbed the man's shoulder to calm him. Keep your hands where we can see them, the overseer added. But Haruna didn't stop. There was a flash then. Flux igniting. A spell was cast. But it wasn't clear from whom until the cloud of bluish smoke cleared. Haruna fell. Her thin, crooked body collapsed. Her head bobbed uselessly as she headed for the ground. It hit the filthy stone floor with a horrible noise. It reminded Ji of sticks breaking. You fool, the overseer shouted. She was an old woman. What harm could she be? She was going to cast, I'm sure of it, he responded, rushing over to the very still old woman on the floor. The entire boarding hall was silent as the enforcer reached into Haruna's pocket. Ji's heart hadn't beat since the flash. He pulled out a small bundle of wool. Her hat. He turned, wide-eyed and stupefied, to his overseer. His superior returned a hard look. Bring her. Without a semblance of grace, the man caught old Haruna under her arm and started dragging her. His limp cargo in tow, he moved towards the door through which the others were already leaving, shaking their heads. When Ji saw the blood, she nearly screamed. It took all her might not to dash out and try to kill the man that did this to her Ajuma, but she reminded herself of her Ajuma's wish. She stayed still. She started to sob. Her small body, shaking, carried her out of sight. Through wet and reddening eyes, she looked around as the boarders dispersed. None returned her searching, pleading gaze. She had never felt so alone. At the forging of the sword, 2222, 10 years since Haruna's murder, at the forging of the sword. So loud the hammers fell, the thrice-sealed gates of hell burst wide their glowing jaws, deep roaring at the forging of the sword. Isabella Valency Crawford. G lunged, taking cover behind the nearest wall. The plastic sheet draped over the shanty made a loud noise. It sent a final dose of cold blood through her narrow limbs. She hoped they didn't notice. Broken Nose and his goons caught her off guard too many times before. She hoped she was quick enough to get out of his field of view this once. Of course, that meant someone else would be his victim, but G had no love for her fellow prisoners. They never did anything to help her, not least when she was the target of Broken Nose. The guard took a distinct pleasure in making G's life here even worse than it already was. And it was bad. Her memories of life outside, running from the enforcers with her great-grandmother, were fading, but she remembered it was better out there on the streets of heaven, better than the muddy hellhole of the internment camp. G froze, leaning against the shelter. She let her head fall back against the bleached plastic skin of the structure. Her upturned head cursed her with the view above. The whole of the world was laid out before her, all of heaven. The sun hung at its center, like a firefly captured inside a jar. Its light reflected off the water of the rivers and lakes above and around it. It shimmered against the white clouds that curved with the surface world. The land with its smoky cities and verdant farms clung to the inside of G's barrel-shaped universe, at once impossibly distant and yet cruelly within reach, totally uncaring of her, utterly unmoved by the torturous life she led inside the heretic camp. A jolt of pain threw her back down to the surface. Until now, the adrenaline upon seeing the man made her ignorant of the soreness in her back. When she hit the wall to hide, she only made it worse. The bruises from their last run-in were still fresh. The older marks had not yet healed. He was careful to strike her where others wouldn't see. They didn't want the others to know she was already getting punished for who she was. Matters would only be worse but for a small miracle. Her boyish disguise was yet to be uncovered, but that was fast becoming harder to do. He enjoyed the hate the other prisoners showed G. They believed her Ajuma was a consort of the Holy Leader. She didn't believe it. But if it was true, it was maybe a century ago. Her Ajuma was the only person she knew whose age came close to that of the Holy Leader. In a strange way, she wished the rumors were true. Memories of her childhood would be of safety and comfort in the Holy Palace. Instead, all she could recall was the constant running that got her thrown in here with the other heretics. She would remember regular meals, hot food, baths. Instead, she had hunger and isolation. She wouldn't need to fight every day to survive. She waited for a few long moments until she realized she was out of air. Her instinct to hold her breath was an old one. If it did anything, it seemed to help only a small amount. She could not hope to keep Broken Nose's attention from her forever. She looked around the corner and saw him moving off in another direction. The man hadn't yet had his fun with G today. She was intent on leaving it as close to the evening as possible. The guard seemed to have a course in mind. His boots moved through the deep mud with a deliberate, malevolent confidence. The other guards moved in behind him, ready to support him in whatever cruelty he chose to entertain himself. He wasn't the head guard. G didn't see him much, but the unique wickedness of Broken Nose tended to encourage the other guards to follow. He approached a group of women, huddled around a tree stump. It was a strange reminder of the fact that the camp was once a forest park. Their gray tunics hung from their skeletal frames and were caked with mud up to their knees. He barked something at them, which G couldn't hear. The women went stiff, as if a cold bucket of water was dumped on them. They turned to the guard. One of the women, with matted black hair and a protruding belly, rushed to hide something behind her back. It was a brave thing for a pregnant woman to do. The guard saw her poor attempt to conceal her prize. He shouted at her and pointed, demanding to see what she held. G swallowed. There was no such thing as a minor offense in here. She, the woman, and everyone else knew she was in for hell, even by the standards of this place. She flinched at his words and displayed her hands. Whatever it was, it moved. From this distance, G guessed it might be a small mouse. Whether she was planning to care for or make a meal of it didn't matter now. G caught sight of a male prisoner, tall and slouching, move towards the scene. His hobbled steps were urgent. G recognized a stiffness in the man's muscles. He directed a level gaze at the woman. She was someone he knew, someone he wanted to defend. G thought the man must be a fool. One of the other guards noticed his approach. He took no pause before raising his musket. He smashed the man in the shoulder with the butt. The man howled as he tumbled into the mud. He clasped his arm and fell to his knees. Through labored breaths, he pleaded, "Please, I am sorry for what my wife has done. Please punish me, not her. She is with child." The guard hit him across the temple this time. Broken Nose sniggered. He grasped the woman's hair and pulled her toward him. She dropped the mouse, which made a quick getaway. He whispered something in her ear. Her eyes grew wide, and her skin even paler than it already was beneath the grime. He began dragging the woman away by her scalp. She tossed around, grunting with pain. Her feet slipped around in the mud. G brought her attention back to the husband, wondering if he was alive. If he was dead, the mob would descend on him soon enough. They would search him for anything to make their lives a little less hellish. His boots, even his tunic would be taken. They would have to wait. The man was squirming to his knees again. He was making a quick recovery. The sight of his wife spurred him into a rage. G could feel some distance away. But the distance between G and the man lessened. G could feel her feet catapulting her forward towards the man. Some instinct was in control of her now. The distance closed faster and faster. G ran towards him. She could see the man reaching into a hole in the side of his tunic. A moment later, he pulled out a sharp piece of metal, cloth and string wrapped around the bottom of it. He gripped the makeshift knife. He was getting to his feet. All of his attention was on Broken Nose and his wife. He was red beneath the dirt. G threw herself at the man the moment he lunged. The force of the impact surprised her. It was like an animal soul inhabited her. She wasn't in control anymore. The knife was quick to divert its attention to her. Her hands switched back and forth between hitting the man and trying to hold his arms. The man was grunting. G was silent, apart from her heavy breaths. They struggled. They turned around in the dirt until it caked them both. Pieces of muck flew around with each flurry of fists, elbows, knees, and feet. Wherever the man struck her, she merely acknowledged it. There was no pain. No attempt to defend herself other than to hold the knife away, to wrestle it free from the man. She punched and elbowed and jabbed with a frenzy, until the fighting came to an abrupt halt. The man beneath G made a horrible noise. It was guttural and wet. His eyes were wide beneath a knitted brow. They stared into G's, but she knew all she returned was glassy indifference. When the man didn't move for some time, G relaxed her muscles. Her mind began to return. Her faculties started to displace the animal instinct. She saw the mud around her was darker in places. She realized it was blood, pooling in the indents their fight left behind. Footprints and muddy gashes filling with precious carmine fluid. She registered the feeling of something in her hand, soaking, coarse fabric wrapped tight around something cold. His knife, now hers. She pulled it towards her, releasing it from the man's still gut. Dark crimson lathered it from tip to handle. She glanced at the fatal wound she inflicted. The deep gash was G's gift to a man who was just trying to save his family. She felt strangely distant from it all. Even when the guards descended on her and dragged her away, it felt as if this was all imagined. Soon she would wake from this nightmare and realize she wasn't a monster. But she also knew that her living world was a nightmare, one in which mercy was neither welcome nor seen. The Devil's Walk, 2222. The devil was an agriculturist, and as bad weeds quickly grow, in looking over his farm, I wist he wouldn't find cause for woe. Percy Bushes Shelley. G put her hands on the straw-covered floor and pushed herself onto her knees. She stood and looked around the dusty, straw-lined room. The rancid smell overcame her. This was the interrogation chamber, sunk beneath the guardhouse. The wall surrounding the camp ended either side of where she stood. The wall behind her was all that separated her from the free world outside the camp, free for believers. The walls, the table and chair, the very bedrock of the place emanated eeriness. There was a cold reminder in the stillness of everything. It reminded her of the screams she often heard from within this place. And now here she stood, above the dust and stained straw. She tried not to think of its purpose, but she could see dark patches here and there. The ground around the chair was rich with them. Dutifully, the dried grass absorbed the vital fluids of the interrogator's guests. She swallowed thickly. Her heart awoke. A quickness overtook her. Her eyes darted about. Her intent was clear. She had to find a means of escape. A crack, a point of weakness in the plastic wall panels, a gap between a panel and the floor, anything. But her search was fruitless. The door through which she was thrown was the only way in or out. At least it was for a normal mortal like her. She exerted some will to calm her hastened breathing. Her breath could always ground her. It was her one familiar companion. She decided she would sit. The chair appeared wiped with a rough rag since the room's last visitor. There were smears across the pressed metal. Lord knew of what they were made. She placed her bones on the seat all the same. Not a new low inside the camp. Besides, there was no telling how long it would be before the interrogator arrived. It wasn't time she wished away. The seat faced another opposite the table. Behind that was the door, through which the only light penetrated. The guard outside was smoking. His smoke wandered in through the same crack. It crawled inside and up and into the room like a living creature. A ghostly demon come to watch her suffering, waiting to take her soul somewhere even worse than this. She watched the chain of smoke come and go. It added weight to the guard's shadow, wobbling as he moved from one sore foot to the other. As the light outside began to dim, another guard replaced him, another smoker, further into the habit by the sounds of his guttural, wheezing coughs. Every hack and whoop that emanated from his scorched throat brought her back to that moment. The very instant she witnessed herself douse that man's light from the world. The light was almost gone. A dim ray of illumination from the lights of the guardhouse trickled in. She began to consider where she would sleep. A bundle of the less dirty straw was all that was available. She began to entertain the notion that they would let her rot in here, the last room she would ever inhabit, her prison within a prison. And the free world, for what it was, carried on behind the wall at her back. The smoke stopped. The guard's shadow grew stiffer, his feet pressed together in a distinctly formal pose. The latch on the door moved and disengaged. The heavy door swung inwards, sending blinding light inside. G squinted and willed her eyes to hurry up and adjust. Part of her couldn't part with the notion that it was Broken Nose coming to finish her off. Perhaps they needed the space for those considered less a waste of it. A silhouette began to form. G's breathing halted. She was sure in the moment that her suspicion was true. For an instant it was Broken Nose. But the shadow continued to sharpen in every sense of the word. The new shape was slender but still male. Whoever it was appeared made of jagged edges. His shoulders looked as if made of barbs. The outline of his head appeared hewn from broken flint. Still, with the light at his back, G couldn't see his face. The dark figure drifted into the room. His steps were sure and unbidden, as if centuries of footsteps lay behind him. G watched, trying to prevent her eyes from growing wide and her muscles turning to stone. The man approached the chair but made no sign he would sit. G failed to control the widening of her eyes as she watched him reach for something attached to his belt. In the darkness, her mind gave her nightmarish images to digest. One moment, a knife, the musket, or a sack of deadly magic flux. His movements remained effortless. When his hand returned to his front, his fist was clenched. It held either something very small or something else, altogether worse. He threw its contents into the air between them. In his harsh whisper, she half heard the words of his spell. She resisted every urge that told her to leap out of its path. If it was death magic, then it was better not to resist. It was better not to fight a spellcaster's destruction and risk a worser fate. But the sharp, cold sensation inside her gave way to something else. In its place was rapt awe. A different spell was cast. The sickly air above the table sparkled as the flux fell. The sparkling grew into a thick shine. The glowing dust slowed to a halt mid-dare. It coalesced until it formed a bright ember of pure white light. G tried to subdue her amazement as she watched the small globe hang like a miniature sun. She was intent not to let her awe show on her face. Best not let the spellcaster believe she could be coerced with nothing but light. But at the same time she found a disconnected part of herself at work, part of her wondered, separated from the true danger of her circumstances. It asked whether the sun at the center of her world was made of the same wondrous magic. Her eyes adapted to the brightness, and she could make out the spellcaster's face. The features of his pale skin seemed as if they were once angular, but had given in to a lifetime of erosion. Deep-set eyes were shaded within cavernous sockets. The effect was that of a skeleton disguised as a man. The worn but wrinkle-free flesh appeared stretched over his skull. But the absence of the usual signs of great age did little to hide the sense that the man was ancient. A thick swallow overcame her before she could act to prevent it. The spellcaster's mouth curled into a thin smile. Ji cursed herself inwardly. The man appeared uninterested in the steel chair across from her. He glided forward slowly until he came to stand at its back. She still couldn't see his eyes, but she felt his unyielding gaze upon her. "You are Sunju," he stated, his voice a coarse whisper. Ji felt her insides freeze over. With great effort, she ensured no one in all her years in the camp had identified her. She was sure no one even knew that she was a woman. Of course, her negligible bosom aided in that effort. If they knew, she had no doubt of what would have been done to her by now. She had almost come to divest herself of the paranoia that came with being the great-granddaughter of a well-known traitor. She urged the muscles of her face to remain still. She didn't reply, not least because no question was asked. For long moments he didn't say more. Ji could feel him studying her face for a reaction. "There is no point pretending otherwise, Miss Sun. There is nothing that can truly be hidden from the eyes of the holy leader in heaven." He leaned closer to her. "He has known of you all your life." Again there was silence. Ji didn't believe the spellcaster for a moment. She remembered when she was a child how she and her Ajuma were able to hide, at least for a time. "And what interest does he have in me?" she heard herself say. She felt fit to punch herself for speaking. The impulse surprised her. The spellcaster produced a sigh that was colored with something resembling a laugh. "It is not for us to know of the mind of His Holiness. We are merely servants." Ji suppressed the urge to roll her eyes, recalling the twice-daily sermons she had to endure with the other prisoners. She folded her arms. She thought the spellcaster cut from the same dull cloth as that lifeless priest. She expected the rest of their conversation would be a practice in futility, filled with the same sound bites that echoed through the holy temple day after day. "But," the spellcaster continued pointedly, "where you are concerned, Miss Sun, he has granted me his plans for you." Ji glared, saying nothing to encourage him. She was curious what he could mean. He was being oddly specific all of a sudden, and she still didn't know how he knew who she was. "You were a small girl when his will sought to bring holy justice to your great-grandmother." Ji's glare grew fiercer at the mention of her Ajuma. Her muscles grew taut. Spellcaster or not, she would make him hurt if he said another word about Haruna. "But it is clear for all to see that you are a girl no more." His voice grew distant. "Killing has a way of casting out one's more childish nature." He trailed off for a moment. Ji took her opportunity to defend herself. "I saved that guard's life," the spellcaster chuckled. "The guard in question says otherwise. He's a lying coward." Ji noticed she was breathing heavily now. The spellcaster's eyebrows lifted ever so slightly. "Is that so?" He paused. "Cardinal sins indeed." Ji felt hot blood fill her face. Was he mocking her? Her mouth opened, ready to shoot back. But he spoke again before she had the chance to lose control. "No matter, the Holy One knows all truth, and he sent me to speak with you." Ji closed her mouth. Her eyebrows nodded. The spellcaster smiled. He leaned over the table. "You are to be freed." "Excuse me, what?" she replied without pause. The spellcaster crowed. "You are to leave this camp and join his holy ranks." He paused, expecting another interruption. "As an enforcer, you will have the opportunity to redeem yourself for the sins of those who came before." Ji's eyes moved around the room, tracing the racing lines of her thoughts. She ignored the indirect insult aimed at her dead family. "You're serious." "As sin," he croaked. Ji surprised herself with a smile of her own. Was she really excited at the prospect of becoming one of them? No, she decided. It was because she had a chance to escape. She had a chance to stop hiding. "But," the spellcaster said forcefully, "his will would have you do something first." "What is it?" His smile grew larger and more menacing than before. A sacrifice. Of blood. Who? He stood straight once more and stepped backwards. He seemed taken aback, but after regarding her for a moment he called out the door for someone who he had waiting. Into the mystical light emerged a man with a broken nose. Constantinople, 2231, 19 years since Haruna's murder. G placed her gloved palm on the butt of her knife. It rested in its sheath at her side. Upon its hilt was the odd crystal her Ajuma gave her a lifetime ago. It was a reminder of how she was alone in this world. That day she brought it to the temple in offering was the same day they threw her in the camp. There was no true magic for her to rely on, only herself. And it got her this far. The sight of her hand on her weapon drew the attention of her troops. That included Asha, standing in front of her, a head taller than her with a stubborn fire in her eyes. You understand how serious it is to question me, don't you? G began in her deepest register. Are you really willing to risk treason? The threat fell on deaf ears. Asha had always been the least cooperative in a long line of subordinate enforcers. G fully believed it would be a decade or more as overseer before she gained the respect no one gave a former heretic like her. Asha, brazen as ever, glanced at the rest of the troop. The two men averted their eyes. Asha sneered and looked back down at her superior. I can only think of 2 reasons you'd want to enter alone. Please enlighten me, G responded, gazing back as if it was she who had the stature of a bear rather than Asha. Asha didn't pause. G considered not for the first time if God had seen fit to put an extra helping of courage where Asha should have common sense. First, Asha said through gritted teeth, you are consorting with the man or... I what? G interrupted. Her eyes were wide, but a small smile colored her face. Second, and she paused before continuing, your claim that he is a source for the rebel heretics is false. G just stared back. You might be making it all up to impress the master, she added hastily. G remained silent, returning an unblinking gaze. She half considered waiting for Asha to blink first. But she felt a weight on her shoulders that only grew with the conversation. It was mixed with something she hadn't felt for years. A frothy lightness in her chest. A mounting unease. She would have to do something to end what suspicion there was about her. She couldn't allow Asha's mutiny to spread further. There was too much to lose. Now was no time to lose the confidence of the theocracy. Is that all? She didn't wait for answer. Then let me assure you, enforcer, there will be no cause for doubt when I return. She turned to the rest of the troop, pleased to see she had their attention. I will proceed alone. If anyone enters, I won't hesitate in killing them on the spot. And as the Lord is my witness, I assure you they will not receive a proper burial. She looked into each of their eyes before turning towards the door. It was a monolithic entrance, much befitting the white columns, balustrades, and tall arches of the street. It was a typical manor for the quarter. Constantinople, the seat of the holy leader himself and his mighty palatial temple. She listened as she rose her fist to knock on the door. She couldn't make out a sound through the thick portal, its timber inlaid with carvings of mythical creatures. She could hear only the monotonous droning of a procession on a nearby street. The moaning sound of their singing reminded her of dying. The door opened after the first knock. A well-fed servant woman with sandy hair bowed to her. She was careful to avoid eye contact, as they all were. But G looked at her eyes all the same. They were an iridescent blue, lacking even in the usual dullness that servants tended to have. That was the first sign of Joseph's enormous character. The head of this house wasn't like any nobleman G had ever met. It wouldn't occur to Joseph to discipline that shine out of his servant's eyes. Not like others would. G moved past the servant and down the violet-carpeted entryway. She ignored the showiness all around her. She first visited the book-smart eccentric a year ago. On that first visit, she scanned the giant statues in their alcoves for hidden threats. Her watchful eyes scanned the chandeliers, hung from a frescoed ceiling 3 stories above. No hidden doorways or booby traps to net the unsuspecting enforcer. Knowing it was safe was all she had concerned herself with. She recognized the man's boisterous footsteps before he came into view at the end of the long hallway. She could only subdue so much of her smile when she saw the look on his face. When they met midway along the corridor, they were both accompanied by a servant. "Miss Sun," he beamed, "so good to see you again." His teeth were the largest part of his face. She realized she had never seen the man not smiling. She nodded a bow in greeting. He reached toward her, letting his hand hover near her arm, knowing better than to touch an overseer, even one so close as she. He turned back in the direction he came, leading her towards one of his more favored tea rooms. Being even shorter than G herself, she could only try not to stare at his famously wispy white hair. It seemed like cloud cover in the orbit of his mostly bald head. They sat in the light of an open ceiling upon the grandiose plush furniture. A servant presented her tea. She refused as always. Again he spoke before her, his voice alive with excitement. "I'm so grateful for what you've done for us." "She is here already?" G replied. Joseph's eyes bulged. "Of course. How rude of me." He gestured at the servant woman who moved off towards one of the 8 doors that lead from the cavernous room. "It was so good to see my dear granddaughter again. Terrible misunderstanding. Glad to be done with it. I'm glad to hear she arrived safely." A teenage girl, about the age G was when she left the camp, walked into the room. Her shoulders arched down and forward, hiding much of her face behind her curly blonde hair. G felt like she had a better chance of getting eye contact from one of the servants. She recognized the submissiveness. She shuffled in her seat. The once plush seat became uncooperative, as if it no longer wanted to do a good job of holding her. She fought an onslaught of rarely entertained memories. The girl now sitting by her grandfather was only in the heretic camp for a few months, but its impact on her was clear. Joseph insisted on a greeting from his granddaughter. G gave her another curt nod. Not quite a misunderstanding, as Joseph put it, given her offense. G saw it mostly as Joseph did, the result of poor timing. A phase most children went through, cursing. But it was that she took the Lord's name in vain during a major religious service. G believed she would not have been so harshly punished were the holy leader himself not rumored to be present that day. It took much of G's hard-won clout to get the girl out of the camp. It was time for Joseph to make good on the favor. "Joseph," she said, her voice raised. It threw the room into a sudden silence. All non-servile eyes descended on her. "My part of the arrangement has clearly been satisfied. Now, please," she did her best to produce a warm smile. "Would you be so kind as to tell me what I came to know?" He looked at his granddaughter, his famous grin collapsing into a forced smile. "Yes," he said quietly. "About that." She felt her heart sink. She feared this might happen. For all the man's friendliness and social intelligence, there was a greedy side to him she recognized sooner than most. However, though she would prefer him to cooperate, she had planned for this eventuality. She didn't respond to his evasion. Instead, she gestured for the tea servant to return with his tray. The young man was puzzled but proffered his wares dutifully all the same. The moment the young man was close enough, G moved. In one motion, she flung herself behind the servant's back, removed her knife from its sheath, and held it to his neck. The room froze as his tray clattered to the polished floor, sending wet porcelain shards scattering in all directions. Joseph's granddaughter screamed, a sound so loud it disoriented G for a moment. Already fresh droplets of blood moved along the blade from where it pressed against the petrified skin of his throat. She couldn't see his face from behind. But she knew his eyes were as wide as his master's, whose smile was now gone. The girl's whimpering cut through the long silence that ensued. A minute later, G left with the information she needed. The shaking servant woman heaved the door closed behind her as G stepped out onto the street. Her troop's eyes widened at the sight of blood on her hands and uniform. "The man had to be taught a lesson," she told them. "I suppose that means you don't have the information," Asha said pointedly. G looked at the other members of her troop. After a sigh, she nodded, the gesture they agreed upon before all this. The men moved to grab Asha by the arms. They shoved her against the door. She almost broke free. Her instincts were acute. The woman was a natural fighter. G had no doubt that without the element of surprise, they wouldn't have been able to subdue her. G disarmed the woman of her knife, flux pouch, and musket. She didn't return the woman's burning gaze. She stood and grasped the overseer's seal on the shoulder of her own armor. "Master Utkin?" she asked it. A few moments later, the troop's commander, the same man who released G from that camp, could be heard in the air between them as clearly as if he were present. "Son, what is it?" he responded. "I have the information you requested, the location of the rebel heretic's stronghold." "And," he said shortly. G was amazed he could sense there was something else. The man was never surprised, never outwitted. "I assured his loyalty by ridding him of a servant," she lied. She hoped Joseph was wise enough to follow her instructions and send the servant into hiding right away. "And," she paused. She looked Asha in the eyes. Her eyes shone cold hate at her superior. It made the next part easier. "I have reason to doubt the faith of one of my enforcers. Take her to nearest camp and be rid of her then," he said matter-of-factly. Asha's eyes widened at the words. In one moment, G could see the fire quench in the woman's heart. Fear replaced it now. Dread at being sentenced to live out her days as a heretic. G had to look away. There was no joy in this. But a firm hand was the only way she could evade doubt in her own loyalty. "Son," Utkin's voice returned as if he hadn't just ruined a person's life. "Yes, master," G replied, exerting some effort to keep her voice steady. "I am promoting you to prime overseer. Faith such as yours will be vital in the coming purge." G responded as quickly as she was able. "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. The Lord reigns supreme." "The Lord reigns supreme," he responded with the same greeting, his voice free of reverence. A dull ache nagged at her for attention, a pain coming from her heart. "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone," 22:231. G held her gloved fist to her mouth to muffle her cough. The air was even thicker now with the acrid, dust-laden smoke from the war zone outside. It was many hours since she abandoned the pretense of being immune to the fumes. Her viceroy, Khan, was faring worse still than the soldiers in triage on the floor below them. His wheezing was driving her more than a little insane, it being the only sound filling the room much of the time. But she knew the battle outside was truly the cause of her descent into madness. So far, her executive position didn't suit her. The ground floor of the seized boarding house was filled with her wounded troops. The silencing charm Khan placed on the door and windows to the flaming street below was essential. No strategizing was possible in her makeshift war room otherwise. She tugged on her armor again, shifting around before it returned to the same position as before. This whole place made her uncomfortable. The evening before, she ordered the boarders out. Since then, she couldn't shake the memories that urged their way to the surface. Memories of a simpler time with her Ajuma, and now the war she waged in the holy leader's name saw countless Lake Towners lying one last time in the streets. Never to wake again. Khan moved to the door, once again sensing a visitor. G assumed the old man's spell gave him the ability because there was no sound nor other sign that someone wanted to enter. He opened the door enough to fit his head, still coughing. G saw his long reddish hair bob as he nodded. He closed the door and looked at her. "Overseer Ja," another deep cough. "Overseer Jansen here to see you, ma'am." His voice grew strained at the last word as he fought the coughing. The cacophony returned as soon as he finished speaking. He opened the door. G braced herself against the table in front of her, ready for another fraught encounter from a reluctant inferior officer. The surface was strewn with maps of the shanty town, marked with red ink where the rebel heretics were purged throughout the long night. A large man, wider than a bull, stomped into the room. His wide-set face was dark with soot, dust, and blood that wasn't his own. His uniform was battered almost beyond recognition. His bandolier was empty of all but one flux pouch. Khan bowed his head as the man entered. He would avert his gaze as any servant while the man conferred with her on the state of the battle. Such submission was not limited to servants. G felt her blood grow hot at the sight. The respect he and everyone else showed Jansen and his peers still made her stomach harden despite everything. The blatant disrespect she had to endure that night weighed on her. It was no blessing that many of the men she was angry with were now dead. But to her surprise, the man bowed his head, closing his eyes so that his face became a monotone dusty gray. When he opened his eyes, the reddened whites of his eyes shone with steely determination. "Overseer," Yi began, "what do you have to report?" "It's clear among the troops that the fight will be over soon, Madam Prime." Ji felt her chest inflate at the first use of her title since she took the station. She found herself hoping the man was right and he would live out the remainder of the fighting. "You have routed out the spellcasters, then?" He nodded. "Yes, ma'am. 3rd Battalion reports the last of the dark magic users are now cleansed." G felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Some tension departed the muscles of her face. "You weren't able to capture one alive for questioning?" He shook his head in apology. She frowned. It would make her life a lot easier if she had some way to explain how this happened. "Very well, Overseer. See to it that you take refreshments before you return to the fray." "Thank you, ma'am." He departed, leaving her alone again with her servant. She sat once again and folded her arms across her untouched uniform. The appearance of spellcasters amid the enemy forces was unexpected and deeply troubling. Rebel heretics should know nothing beyond the most rudimentary magic. It suggested collusion with the upper echelons of the holy leader's nobility. There was no other explanation for their ability to understand the divine power. The fight seemed all but unwinnable at first, but it was only because they took her forces by surprise with their magic. Once it was clear what was happening, the true ineptitude of the enemy was easy to overcome. Though it had taken all night to assure none remained in hiding, she was ordered to have no mercy. But still, she pushed down the growing thickness in her throat. She didn't have the luxury of thinking about those who died or how. She was serving the will of God. "Another visitor for your council, ma'am." Khan's voice appeared, quiet and apologetic. Startled from her reverie, she nodded her assent. She watched as her viceroy grew rigid upon peering through the door. Her brow furrowed for a moment. Before the man rushed to open the door to her newest visitor, she knew too who had come. She stood and straightened her back. Her suspicion was confirmed when the door swung open. A man in a red-lined black cloak entered, his hood casting a shadow across his face. "Master," she greeted him. He didn't respond. Instead, he seemed to scan the room from below the rim of his crimson hood. G's eyes pinched as she watched him. This was not Master Utkin, but a master all the same. "How may I serve?" The stranger reached up and lowered his hood. The man was definitely very old, and yet graced with the youth she had only seen in her master. His steel hair flowed over and close to his skull in waves. She didn't recognize him. "You are Sunjiu?" he asked in a deep baritone. Ji considered for a moment if this was how all masters greeted a person by stating their name. She produced a slow nod. "Yes." Before she could finish, the man raised his arms. Too late, she saw the flux pouches at his sides. His hands were balled into tight fists. He was about to perform a spell. She felt herself fly into action. She leaped and careened across the table. Her slide sent paper and ink in a trajectory towards the floor. The stranger exclaimed something almost too complex to hear. A spell was cast. A burst of bright light came from his right hand. A bluish-white cloud of burnt flux followed. Khan fell to the floor. She glanced at her servant. There was no dark hole nor other sign of burning she expected. The attacker was no simple spellcaster like her troops. Whatever spell he used was not the same as those righteous bolts used by her enforcers on the battlefield. She had never seen nor heard of such a spell. Her mind, in its haste, threw aside the thought. She was but a final leap from the stranger, her knife already out of its sheath, primed to disarm him. But before she had a chance to dig her blade into him, he cast another spell. A sudden darkness rushed toward her from all sides. She felt her body hit the floor. Now the darkness was absolute. The House of Judgment, 2231, 19 years since Haruna's murder, 163 years since Genesis. And God said to the man, "Wherefore can I not send thee unto heaven, and for what reason?" "Because never and in no place have I been able to imagine it," answered the man. Oscar Wilde. Her arm was the first part of her to wake. It flung out to her side in a desperate act of protective aggression. Instead of her attacker, the back of her fist collided with something hard and cold. A high-pitched, smashing sound rung out, echoing in the large space. She opened her eyes. She looked in the direction of her still-clenched fist. Around it, on a polished timber floor and a small side table, were shards of porcelain. She guessed them the remnants of a vase, a rather ornate floral pattern amid the carnage she had wrought. She pulled herself up onto her elbows, noticing how soft the surface was she lay upon. Her instinct was to check herself first, to see if she was bound or violated in some way, but she could see her uniform as it was before the attack. The bed she lay upon was larger than she had ever seen. Its dark timber frame was more polished than the floor and inlaid with animated carvings of monsters and men. Her eyes darted around the space, taking in as much detail as they could manage. The room was palatial. Walls decorated with oil paintings and elaborate wallpaper carried on several times her height until they met a chandeliered ceiling. She had little doubt at the sight that she was somewhere in Constantinople. The thought brought her attention to the pair of enormous windows, framed by tall satin curtains. The view they offered was magnificent. Another palatial manor faced the one she found herself in. Between them, a quiet and carefully maintained boulevard lined with blooming cherry blossom trees and tall, intricate street lamps. Above it all was the world, curving around and back with its many towns, parks, and districts interlaced by meandering rivers and dusted with a loose scattering of white clouds. A shadow caught at the edge of her eye. Her heart paused amid a wave of frosty cold that spread through her body. At the base of the farthest window sat a man she recognized. Her instincts carried her feet to the floor. She knew in a matter of moments she would be racing towards her attacker, intent on disabling him before he had another chance. But before she shifted her weight to her feet, he vanished. She blinked, questioning whether his previous attack was severe enough to damage her mind. A moment later, his voice appeared alarmingly close to her. It was low, measured, calm. "Please don't be alarmed." She brought her eyes to the source of his voice. Her muscles tensed. He stood on the opposite end of the bed to her. She glanced at once at his hands, determining if he was about to attack her or cast some ungodly dark magic once again. But his palms just held each other in front of his lap, her brows screwed together. There was something stranger about this man than his supernatural abilities. What he wore made no sense. A thin, pale garment that seemed to her to be made of squares and rectangles covered his torso. A line of odd, clear buttons joined each half together. A pocket with a pair of small plastic cylinders rested above his heart. His pants were the color of sand, each leg bisected by sharp folds. His clothing was the oddest she had ever seen, but not nearly as strange as the circlets of glass perched on his nose. A giddiness was growing in her belly. It didn't add up to an intimidating view, not at all like the master's disguise he wore when he attacked her. Divested of some of her need to protect herself, she moved back onto the bed, placing her backside against the base of the pillows behind her. She would have her chance to disarm the spellcaster when his defenses were lowered. "Where am I?" she asked, summoning her most commanding voice. He smiled a small smile. "The home of a mutual friend." G's whirling mind came to a sudden halt. There was only one person he could be talking about. Only one nobleman she knew well enough to call a friend, though their last encounter may have reduced that estimation on Joseph's part. The giddiness from the sight of him welled up. She sneered. "Friend?" She laughed bitterly. "I assume you must be some kind of idiot if you believe him to be your friend after he sold us out?" He stared at her. His smile remained, but she could see a distance overcome his eyes. She watched him, her glee dissipating. This man was a strange puzzle. His thoughts still distant, he lowered himself onto the bed and sat there. G registered no shift in weight on the mattress. She wondered if it was because the bed was so large or for some other reason. "It is right that you wonder why I would trust this man." She noticed an odd inflection in his voice, an accent she didn't recognize, light and melodic. "But you see, the very thing that makes Joe so reliable is that he has a price. You know where the man stands?" He smiled at his own words. G ignored the strange nickname the man gave her treacherous host. "Despite what you may have heard, we, those you called the rebel heretics, had no problem paying a man like him." His smile diminished when he realized the need to use the past tense. He looked away. G felt her chest inflate. Whatever this stranger wanted from her, it was too late to save his precious cause. "But what we didn't have, it seems, is time. Joe held you back as long as he could, but there was only so much he could do before you'd be suspicious. In the end, I hoped we had enough time to prepare for the attack. It turns out that was a fool's dream." He chuckled coldly. She continued to survey his face. For a horrible moment, something shook inside her at the thought of his loss. Perhaps it reflected her own shame at the mess her war turned out to be, the lives needlessly lost. But the moment passed. "Why are you keeping me here?" she insisted. "Revenge? You want me to pay for what I've done, do you?" He looked at her again, his eyes wide. "Goodness, no." He paused, seeming to contemplate her with as much puzzlement as she did him. "If I'd known about you before all this, who you are, then things might have turned out very differently." He must have detected the mounting impatience written on her face. "Sorry, this must all be so strange to you." He paused, seeming to look for the right words. He shook his head. "I knew your great-grandmother, Haruna." G felt something break inside her. A sudden wave of heat filled her face. She leaped at him. He watched absently as she plunged the shard of porcelain in her hand towards his neck. The moment it struck him, the strangest thing happened. He disintegrated. What was once a man turned for a moment into a pillar of sand in the shape of man. As the dust fell towards the bed, it drifted into nothingness. G's makeshift blade dug deep into the mattress. All she could hear was the sound of her own heavy breathing. She forced the porcelain out of the bed and gripped it tightly in her fist. She threw her eyes about the room looking for him, but she was alone. "I understand," a voice filled the room, though remained low. She thought it sounded disappointed. It only made her feel hotter, made her muscles tense even more. She continued to cast her eyes around the space, shaking now. Her eyes rested after an infuriating span of time on the sight of a cloud forming above the seat by the window. It coalesced into the shape of the stranger once more. When his face grew defined, she saw his smile was no more. In its place, a weak frown. She considered closing the distance once more, but the thought led to a sudden slackening in her muscles. It was useless. He was too powerful for her. She had to admit he had the upper hand. "I truly regret the way we've met, Miss Sun. I regret so many things," he added amid a sigh. "But I am patient," he said with resolve. "I will visit you again soon." With that, his form grew fissile once more. She could see the light from the window beginning to shine through him. Her heart raced. "Wait, am I to be your prisoner then?" He continued to evaporate. G let her weapon fall from her hand. Her body submitted its tension. "You are not my prisoner, Miss Sun," his formless voice returned. "But that's not to say you are free. None of us are free here." Scientists and their gods. 2048, 20 years before Genesis, Kourou International Space Launch Facility, French Guiana. If by God one means the set of physical laws that govern the universe, then clearly there is such a God. This God is emotionally unsatisfying. It does not make much sense to pray to the law of gravity. Carl Sagan. The small of his back pushed against the chrome handle of the heavy glass door. The door swung inwards. Gil twisted around and kept walking, eager to divest himself of his awkward cargo. A stack of shiny black tablets in his arms teetered on the edge of catastrophe, all the way from the hangar. He let them drop on the cheap wooden desk while the man behind it ended his conference call. Gil stood, his breathing on the heavier side of normal, watching his boss swap parting pleasantries. The man was unfazed as always, his gray temples and almost Olympian beard making him look like some deity who'd seen it all. The grand vista of hangars and launch pads in the window behind him added to the impression. There was nothing the world threw at Burned that he couldn't handle in his stride. But Burn's famously eccentric appearance reminded Gil more of an old man who couldn't part with his hipster heyday. He still had a sagging hole in his left earlobe, below a small thicket of gray ear hair, a vestige of one of the turn-of-the-century's more misguided fashion trends. Gil was of a different generation, one overparented by Burns. Gil's fashion couldn't be considered modern either. But it was subtle, simple affair belonging to a back-to-basics generation. His 20th-century-inspired collared shirt merged seamlessly with a pair of pleated slacks. All of it was one shade of gray, bravery not a common trait in his generation. But a monotone wardrobe brought out the steel blue of his eyes and flecks of silver in his hair. Even if it was a barely tamed mop so thick and wavy he could only blame a distant Greek ancestor, certainly not his Scottish parents. "What's this?" Burns said through a sigh. His change of tone was the only indication his call was over. "They're broken," Gil said, gesturing at them. "Before or after you threw them down," he said, letting his northern German lilt peek through his commercial Americanized accent. Gil rolled his eyes. A hardware fault triggered by an RUM fried them in 100 bloody hours of vital data. RUM, remote update malfunction, Gil replied neutrally. Bernd leaned back in his cheap office chair, the same like everyone else's in the facility. You think someone might have done this on purpose? Gil paced sideways in the tiny glass box. He waved dismissively. I don't care if it was intentional or not. Late game, physical changes were made based on the lost data. Bernd grabbed his face below his eyes and stretched his wrinkled visage downward. He rubbed his hand through his beard, his eyes focused on some other dimension. One where foreign cyber espionage was never off the table. Gil paced again, not willing to wait for Bernd's eventual response. The man would die of natural causes one of these days during one of his infamous pauses. But then, everyone was too slow for Gil. My engineers believe they understand what they built well enough, he continued, his voice strained that way he hated but couldn't help. But that just won't fly with the UNO inspectors. The old man on the other side of the desk focused on Gil for a moment. He moved his bald fist to cover his mouth. Gil wondered if it was a habit learned to replace cursing, because now was a good moment to curse. Without UN orbit approval, their project wasn't ever going to leave the pad. How long would it take to revert all the hardware updates and start again? Gil scoffed, pausing mid-pace. That depends if Auden can spare the next 6 months of profits to pay for it. Those components are state-of-the-art. That's not an answer. Bernd responded evenly. Gil turned to face the man. He looked smaller than ever in that creaky posture-correcting seat. The strain at the top of Gil's lungs escaped him. He reminded himself to breathe a slow breath through his nose. 12 months, he replied, minimum. Bernd was quiet, his eyes distant again. Gil planted himself on the seat on his side of the desk. He wrestled his urge to fidget. There was no way he was going to get comfortable. But perhaps not pacing around like a madman would calm the situation. He'd been told before that his fretting was more contagious than Spanish flu. He studied the man who was more friend to him than superior. It helped that he was the right man for head of the company. Nothing endeared a person to Gil like competence. For all that Bernd was disliked, even a little by him, he was still a good chief exec. It seemed hard to believe how long it was since Bernd headhunted him out of the Cape. Back then, before the marketers interfered, the orbital construction firm still went by Orbital Dynamics. Now Odin was one of dozens of orbital ventures come to seek stability beyond an unpredictable world. It's not going to fly, Bernd said, almost too quietly for Gil to hear. Gil produced a humorless chuckle, but Bernd's distant gaze didn't budge. Gil felt a heat rise inside him. He moved to the edge of the infernal seat and perched on its edge. It's going to fly, Bernd, he pressed, his Dunfermline accent harsher than ever. Bernd's eyes turned to him, but no other part of him moved. Gil gulped, trying to stop his voice breaking like an adolescent. Maybe not this year, hell, maybe not even next year. He pointed out the window. But I'll be out there one day, watching the last piece of reach go up. Bernd's eyes creased, and he watched Gil wordlessly. Hell of a high price to pay, Gil, he said finally. He glanced at Gil's ring finger. Gil slid back in his chair. His hand moved to hide itself reflexively. He looked away. All those horrible feelings rushed to the surface. A tightness that somehow felt empty took its familiar place where his heart lay in hiding. The ruinous state of his marriage to a lunatic and the guilt and anger at leaving his daughter, Kate, with her. I've done all I can, Gil said, the fight gone out of him. Half a law degree was less use than I would have hoped. I can get legal to look into it, Bernd said warmly. That's always on the table, Gil. Gil's head was already shaking. The emptiness inside him was once again filling with heat. He was tired of this conversation. Jesus Christ, man, Bernd's voice burst out, divested of grandfatherly patience. There's no use in being stubborn. Yes, there is. Gil looked at the other man and saw his brows descend, his eyes questioning. You wouldn't have dragged me out of NASA if I wasn't the most bullheaded engineer you could get your hands on, he continued. That's not why I hired you, Bernd sneered. He took a breath, his voice calming. It's because your head doesn't work like the rest of us, he continued, some warmth returning. Certainly not like the dressed-up ad men at the agency you called. He lifted his finger to stop Gil interrupting. Wait, let me make sure I remember the exact phrase you used. I remember it was very colorful, anti-American to the point of being something close to racism, and compared their intellect to that of particularly dim-witted monkeys. Geladas? Pardon? Pardon? I said they were a pack of snot-haired Yankee trader geladas. I also said they would stop dressing like children before admitting all they did was pay to stick the stars and stripes on the side of other people's rockets. Well remembered, Byrne grinned, but his smile gave way to a frown. I thought geladas were baboons, old-world monkeys. Common mistake. Byrne shook his head. Anyway, this is all very irrelevant. Needless to say, we can't delay the launch. What are you suggesting we do then? Gil insisted. Hypothetically. Sure, Gil humored. Hypothetically, if you could supervise these components every step of the way. A sideways wave of his liver-spotted hand replaced the rest of the sentence. Gil was slow on the uptake, but he caught up. All sensation in his body vanished. Jesus, he exclaimed, his eyes bulging. Lying to the UNO is one thing, but please tell me you're not thinking of putting a fishbowl on my head. His accent would be unintelligible by any other man now. Byrne smiled. We use space helmets nowadays, Gil. Besides, there isn't anyone we need more up there more than you. And the UNO? Seeing as you're not going to help me keep legal busy. Drop it, Bernie, Gil warned. So you're saying no then? Yes, I'm saying no. To the lawyers or the fishbowl? Gil pulled himself out the chair and made to leave. Byrne sat watching. 37, Gil said when he reached the door. 37 what? Byrne said in that tone he reserved for Gil. With his hand on the door handle, Gil turned back. I'm a size 37, waist, he said, then gestured at his trousers. These working suits HR gave us are tighter than a clam with lockjaw. My engineers call them Spanx. I don't want to be floating around up there with a squashed bladder burned. Byrne smiled. I'll pull some strings. Personal Demons 2051, 17 years before Genesis. The darkness tells how vainly I have striven to free them from the pit where they must dwell. Siegfried Sassoon. For the third time, Gil looked down at his hand terminal. Once again, he pressed the start recording indicator. He looked at himself in the reflection of the enormous solar panel array in front of which he stood. The structure rested on struts attached to the polished museum floor. It extended to the ceiling more than 3 stories above him. The bluish hue of the material made his reflection even paler than he felt. It was pockmarked with the impact of countless pieces of superfast debris from its time in space. Byrne must have spent a fair share of his enormous fortune getting this thing down. A costly salvage mission before they let the ISS come down over the Pacific. Nothing else remained of what was once humanity's only occupied outpost in space. The atmosphere burned the rest to ash when they abandoned the monument. With its destruction came the end of an era. Another milestone on the winding road of public opinion towards space. Relics from the launch facility's early days framed the exhibit. The arrival of Byrne's company marked a transformation. It was like a boundary in the sediment separating the Jurassic from the next epoch. The artifacts came from a time before Odin moved in and took a large and growing part of the launch facility. They glittered in the dim light that remained after closing time. In doing so, they reminded Gil of the giants upon whose shoulders he now stood. Having the place to himself was one of the few perks in which he partook. He was now not only an engineer of the mission's key systems, but its lead technician as well. He was also third in command once they climbed out of the well. He felt the weight of so many in the spaceport city. Those who worked their fingers into nubs getting this project off the ground. This now bustling metropolis of scientists and engineers was a new development. Before the launch site belonged to the almost completely unknown French space program. Of course, they welcomed the ESA and soon afterwards. When the new liberal government took the reins in Moscow, Europe welcomed them in. But even as the city grew, its finest hour came thanks to private industry. Apart from the launch of James Webb, most of the impressive work happened only after Odin showed up. He cleared his already clear throat once more and adjusted his posture. The cameras in his glasses would be unforgiving. The memory from watching his last 2 recordings were fresh in his mind. Kate would see right through his evasive rambling. There was no way to avoid what he needed to say. "Hello, Kate," he said. "It's me." He wondered if his astronaut training made him look any different. He couldn't remember when was the last time that she saw him. "I haven't heard from you in a while. Not that you have to talk to me. He shut his lips and suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. He needed to get to the point. "I'm sure you've heard on the news. The launch is tomorrow. I hoped we could talk before I went up." He swallowed. "Listen, Kate, I have a lot to be sorry for. And I am sorry. I should have been there for you all these years. Your mother contacted me. Haven't talked to the woman in, well, you know how long. She said she hasn't seen you. And I'm not saying you should talk to her. God knows I don't have the right to tell you what to do, especially where she's concerned. But, well, she just wants to know you're okay." He paused to admonish himself for caring the smallest bit about his evil ex-wife. "I told her you were fine, of course. I was notified when you accepted my tuition payment. I really hope you find something you enjoy in the course list. San Lucian is a good university. I hear their nursing program is one of the best. They let you meet real patients and everything on top of the usual online stuff." He stopped himself before he rambled some more. Truth was, he had no clue if nursing was something that interested her. His father's instinct made him recommend a career that would be safe from computers. The thought of her living on basic income like most new adults brought stereotypes to mind. The image of aimless young people moving from one failed hobby to another, wasting time. Young couples decorating and redecorating houses they never earned. Or wasting their youth in VR, pretending their fantasies are just as good or better than real life. Of course, he didn't believe the stereotype. The majority of people on basic income also had jobs. They didn't involve 50-hour work weeks anymore, and they were in the sectors that AI programs had yet to absorb. But those stolen jobs that machines now did were painful, soul-sapping ones for people. The world dreaded the day before it arrived. Afterwards, it breathed a collective sigh of relief. Machines without lives created a society of unparalleled efficiency. Resources were becoming plentiful for everyone. There was no longer any need for people to waste their lives at work, unless you were like Gil and needed work to hide from your life. Gil knew well that the project's level of progress was impossible before now. It didn't have to rely on depressed accountants or absent-minded warehouse personnel, but he was wary of the day it was possible to replace him with something smarter and better. People would always desire things made by other people, sure, but he was more anxious to think that the raw intelligence his daughter showed when she was young might go to waste. An interviewer said something particularly stupid to me today. She said I was a hero to some, he put on a grandiose mocking tone, because I'm championing a new era of public access to space. He dropped the mild theater and let his face decay into a frown. I told her I wasn't a hero. I'm not a hero. Heroes don't do what I did to you. I'm a coward of the highest order. I'm running away like I always do. I'm fleeing the planet for Christ's sake. He took a moment to gather himself. He felt like the tape holding him together was finally going to give. I talked to Bernd. You'll have an open ticket on any shuttle coming up when we finish Heaven's Reach, and I'll reserve a plot in the nicest section for you. A sinking feeling took hold in his chest as he realized for the first time how old she would be then. The orbital settlement wouldn't be ready for anyone to live in for at least 8 years. She would be old enough to have found someone and have started her own family by then. Maybe it would be a good family, the kind she always deserved. I don't know when or if I'll be back. It's likely I won't if I'm honest, but I just wanted you to know before I leave that I'm sorry. He felt hot tears threaten to cloud his lenses. Bye, Kate. A World Without Sin, 2231. G's knuckles were white and shaking as they held fast to the window frame. The cool night air blew over her. She dismissed the reminder her mind provided. She chose to leave the upper half of her armor inside. Otherwise, there was no way she could have slipped through the narrow opening. Her skin still felt icy where it met the iron holding the window in place. But that didn't quieten the sense of bruising. This was the one time in her life she didn't feel too thin. She had barely made it out onto the ledge without getting wedged between glass and iron, but she would have sooner broken a rib forcing herself through. The thought of being found there, stuck like a hare in a trap. That was a worser fate, one she managed to avoid, but she wasn't safe yet. Her heart pounded beneath her thin cotton undershirt. Her breathing was slow, but only by force of will. The wind picked up the moment she let go of the window frame. The fabric clung to her ribs. She gasped. Sooner than she planned, she readjusted her feet on the narrow sill. In one movement, she lowered herself so that her haunches met her booted heels. Her hands rushed out to grab the sill beneath her, but momentum was already carrying her forward. The sight of the street, thrice her height below, seemed to rush towards her. She was quick to remind herself that it was only her mind playing tricks, but she had to act quickly. She recalled the maneuver she had practiced in her mind as she contemplated her escape. She only hoped it was something she could do. There was no time for doubt. Her forward momentum carried her into the first movement. The street and the buildings flipped as she spun around, her hands the fulcrum of a desperate swing. They nearly released her as her heels met the wall below the sill, but by some miracle they held their grip. G allowed herself a deep breath. She banished the thought of lifting herself back onto the ledge. She had come too far to go back now. If the fall broke every bone in her legs, it was her fate. She let go. The air rushed around her for a long instant. One boot struck the edge of a bush that was a marvel of the gardener's skill to discipline nature. But it did little to slow her fall. The force of the marble-tiled street burst into her awareness as her toes met the ground. She threw her torso forward into a roll. Her back struck the front of the building and expelled all the air from her lungs. With a feverish alertness, her mind probed her body for damage. By some miracle, all stations reported back fine. She sat for a moment, keeping low to see if anyone was watching, but in either direction she saw an empty street. Not so much as one servant walking their master's dog. She lifted herself into a jog and made her way towards the nearest junction. A small alleyway between mile-high fences took her in. She surveyed the tall, dividing lines between Joseph's manor and the next. The filigrane weave of the metal did little to sway her impression. They still looked like a procession of deadly spears, a warning to respect the owner's stake. But she was on the right side of both. A smile crested a rising wave of warmth that fought the chill around her. She was free. "Cold night out," a familiar voice erupted behind her. Her muscles tensed. She turned on her heel and saw him there. It was the sorcerer. His face was lit by a smile. Her heart sank. "You might want this." He removed his one hidden arm from behind his back. In his hand was a bundle of leather and plasteel plates. It was her armor. He held it out for her to take. "I'm not going back," she growled, staying put. He lowered the coat a fraction. "You don't have to. I meant it when I said you're not my prisoner." His smile diminished. He stooped to place the jacket on the ground, then took a few large paces backward. After a pause, G retrieved her coat, keeping a steely gaze on the man who called himself Cloud. She threw it on and noted her body's gratitude at the familiar warmth. She turned, ready to leave the spellcaster behind her forever. "Don't you want to know?" G slowed, rolled her eyes, and turned back. Her eyes widened at the sight. In his hand was the most precious thing she ever owned, the last thing her Ajumma ever gave her, glistening in the light of the street behind him. "Know what?" she said, her eyes glued to her great-grandmother's gem below a cold frown. "What this is? Why Haruna gave it to you." G wanted to clear the distance between them before the man had a chance to blink, but she knew it was impossible. She failed to surprise him when she broke out of Joseph's mansion. She wasn't going to take him off guard now. She felt her stiff muscles loosen. She sighed, and in the air that left her all her fight was carried away. In the fire-lit silence of Joseph's tea room, she held the bluish stone in her hand. Joseph and the spellcaster watched her. The large gem rested in her palm, making it look small. From a distance, she saw a dozen such precious jewels in the holy temple. But none looked so artificial as this. It looked as if a cube of pure sapphire was flattened and its corners carefully chipped by some process that must have involved magic. It magnified the lines and ligaments of her palm, reminding her of that last day with her Ajumma. Many years had passed since the day she had lost her, since she had visited the temple and prayed for her return, using the stone as offering, since he answered with a troop of enforcers arresting her in front of the temple's worshippers. She took the stone and hid it before her capture. If he would not accept her offering, then she was going to keep the last reminder she had of her sweet Ajuma. More than once she thought leaving the temple with the stone that day was the cause for her lifetime of poor fortune. Perhaps it was a curse put on her by the holy leader. But through quiet rebellion, she had learned the limits of his power. There was nothing he could do about what he did not know, and he only knew what his servants shared with him. He could be deceived like any man, and if a god could be fooled, then so too could this spellcaster who called himself Cloud. "How did you take it from my knife?" she asked him. "I didn't," he said, gesturing with his chin at her palm. The jewel was gone in the moment she took her eyes from it. Her heart leapt. She looked around her at the couch on which she sat. Her attention landed upon her knife. In its handle, as fastly secure as the day she commissioned it, lay the precious stone. Her skin grew hot. More tricks. She glared at the spellcaster, who seemed intent on making a fool of her. His face grew stiff at the look she gave. "I apologize," he began. "I only wanted you to sit and hear what I have to say. I promise I won't ever deceive you again." He took a deep breath. "It was a simple illusion. The crystal never left your knife. I can show you how I did it if you'd lull." "Enough," she said, shaking her head. She got to her feet, ready to leave. "Please," Joseph said. G looked at him with the same cold stare. His face in the firelight was strained. His eyes were wide and pleading. "I need your help." G felt a bitter laugh begin to rise in her belly, but as she looked at him the sense departed. She damned her sense of pity. "My granddaughter Amanda is missing." G rolled her eyes and sat once more. Joseph raised his hand and the blue-eyed servant woman emerged from the shadows. "Tell her what you told me." The woman swallowed. Her back was slouched and her palms held each other in front of her. "I met Lady Amanda as she was leaving yesterday, in the morning. She had with her a bag, and by the weight of it, I could see it was filled with clothes. I asked her where she was going, and if you, sir," she bowed her head at Joseph, "were informed." "And?" Joseph asked after the woman's lengthy pause. "She said she was going to be with Caspar." "Who's Caspar?" Ja asked. Joseph looked at her and looked away. He shifted his weight on his well-worn palatial seat. "He was my old tea-servant." "The same you." G lifted her hand for him to stop. She knew the man he was speaking of. She remembered holding a knife to his throat only days ago, and later telling Joseph to put the man into hiding so as to maintain her illusion that she had killed him to punish his master. It seemed necessary at the time. The mounting doubt of both her inferiors and superiors had to be quashed. There was no other way in her mind. But that didn't stop the lump that formed in her throat at the memory. The girl who was now missing, out in search of him, had been so affected. She remembered the screams and knew then that the two were in love. "Where did she say she was going?" G asked, inviting a smile from Cloud she didn't welcome. "Lady Amanda said she was going to look for him where they would always go. Apologies, ma'am, but she wasn't more specific." G looked at Joseph. He glared at the servant woman, still deciding what he would do with her. G knew servants in other households would be severely punished for withholding knowledge from their lords, especially when it pertained to a relationship between nobility and a lowly servant. "I do have one idea, though," the blue-eyed servant woman added quickly. G nodded for her to continue. "There's a place where to share forbidden love. An unregistered inn below the house belonging to Lady Rose. It is on the east side of the district, by Founders Parkway." G got to her feet again. "I'll find your granddaughter, Joseph." Joseph's face lit up. "Oh, thank you, G. Thank you," he cried. With reddening eyes, he looked at the spellcaster with a wide grin. "With both of you looking for my dear Amanda, I know I will see her again." G's mouth opened, ready to object, but Joseph leaned across and grasped G's hand. He gripped hers in both of his. She looked at him again and saw such gratitude in his misting eyes. She smiled at him, but in the back of her mind a promise formed. If this spellcaster put one finger out of line, she would remove all of them without a second thought. Genesis 1:2068. In the beginning man created God. Gil placed his booted feet either side of the eviscerated panel. Loose, disconnected cables and exposed circuitry framed the object he grasped. The brick-sized memory buffer was unwieldy even in the negligible gravity. The steel handle he gripped was not designed to be handled by the awkward gloves of his spacesuit. Twice already it slipped free of his grasp, not budging. He cursed to himself, not caring if it welcomed a reply on the suit's open channel. With one last breath, he engaged every muscle he could and yanked. Of course, fortune conspired to make a fool of him. His final effort proved excessive. The buffer dislodged with ease and joined him on his unexpected flight through the airless chamber. His eyes wide, he spun about, pirouetting like some clumsy cosmic ballerino. He searched for something to grab before he struck the ceiling, but nothing offered its help. He pulled the buffer close to his chest to protect it and braced himself for the collision. A hand grasped him around the ankle of his boot and arrested his skyward tumble. With far more grace than he managed on his own, the technician brought him towards the floor. He grabbed hold of the guide wire that ran from the door to the dismembered panel and held his feet against the floor. The female technician smiled through her helmet, his own embarrassment mirrored on her face. "Thank you," he said sideways through a smile. "Not a problem, Dr. McLeod," she replied. Gil's smile wavered at the common mispronunciation, no longer so guilty that he couldn't remember her name. He ignored her glance at the waist of his suit. His carabiner lay disconnected from the guide wire even now. It was his right to play hard and fast with the rules if he wanted. It was his life to risk, and few aboard the Hab would complain when a superior dismissed basic safety rules. It was no hair of their backs. He nodded a final thanks and pulled himself away toward the doorway. The guide wire led him out of the large computer room, and the best view in the solar system opened up before him. An imperceptibly enormous crescent extended either side of the metal floor and further into the distance than made sense to the human mind. It was the first half of a massive cylinder that would one day become Heaven's Reach, an O'Neill space habitat grander still than the late physicist's dreams, real and concrete, orbiting between the Earth and Moon. Above him was the star-bejeweled vista of space. But it seemed the stars had come alive. The Hab's own orbit teemed with orbital construction facilities and swarms of support vessels. Altogether, it was the greatest combined effort in all of history. The most magnificent thing mankind had ever created, even half complete. If it took another 17 years or more, Gil was happy to dedicate every waking moment to making it a reality. To the day they set the giant drum in space, spinning to create a kind of fool's gravity on its inner surface so that people could walk. To the day their children would play on a new world. To the day the processed gray sand from the moon's surface was laid down, treated and inoculated with Terran microorganisms. To the day the first tree was planted alongside a small sea filled with melted asteroidal ice. He would be there. But he didn't have time to stop and stare. There wasn't a spare moment to wonder at what one day would be. Never a spare moment to indulge in the shared dream of thousands of dedicated orbital engineers of a new and perfect world amid the starry lights of heaven. His cargo was the answer to a big question. Only by taking it to control could he hope to figure it out. He rocketed across the airless void toward the tall, magisterial building that clung to the inner surface of this new world. He trundled into the open elevator doors inside, ignoring the cathedral-esque interior. He drummed his fingers on the buffer casing as the elevator carried him to the control room. There was a delay before the elevator car locked into the rotating section beneath the building. As if by the flick of a switch, gravity turned on and Gil's feet hit the elevator floor. Control was a spinning tube embedded in the skin of the world between what would one day be the livable interior and the space dock on the world's outer skin. The rotation created a fraction of the gravity of Earth for the army of technicians that called it home. For Gil, it had been more his home than any place on the planet below. Pressurization confirmed, a voice said from within his helmet. His hand was already reaching for his neck to detach it as he stepped out of the elevator and into a long corridor. He stowed it and his gloves in the receptacle that opened halfway down the corridor's wall, almost without stopping. The corridor carried him in its long curve until another opening appeared. Here a well-worn steel stairway led to the control room. He cocked his head at the apparent silence. The room he approached was a buzzing hub of activity at all hours. The absence of sound made his senses grow more alert. But still he didn't trust them. Instinctively, he worked his jaw in an imitation of a yawn. A diver's trick to make his ears work again after a rushed depressurization. But still it was quiet. He hurried his pace as his heart did the same. He dashed up the stairway, and control, the strange room they called the hamster wheel, opened up before him. A smaller ring set within the long hall he just departed. The floor curved up before and behind him until they met almost half a kilometer above. Row upon row of work terminals embedded in the floor clung to the inner surface. Hundreds of technicians and control staff stood upon it with the same ease as on the giant ball of dirt that birthed them. Half of them sat with their hands busily working the controls of their station. The other half loomed over them with crossed arms. Deep frowns lined every face. Gil launched himself into a jog, dragging the ceiling towards him with every hurried step. Even then, it took minutes for him to reach his destination. Dr. Errol Yuri arched with famously bad posture over the engineering station they shared. Still panting, Gil came to a flat-footed halt behind him. He caught the furtive glances of a few neighboring techs, but Yuri ignored him. Whatever the ill-mannered Russian was staring at was an excuse he didn't need. Despite an astronomical effort on Gil's part, he could never maintain a good working relationship with him. The man took Gil's intelligence as an affront to his own. He craned his head over the tall Moscovite's bony shoulder to get a view of the station's primary monitor. At first, what he saw made no sense. A bluish crescent flecked with brown and the occasional smudge of gray or green. Gil's eyes widened when he recognized the image of his home planet. It looked nothing like he had come to know. Where once was a shimmering sphere laced with the unyielding lights of civilization was a dark orb rimmed with unperturbed sunlight. "What's going on?" he asked no one in particular. "Did we run a sweep for solar flares?" Yuri scoffed, still not turning. Of course, the moment Gil asked, he knew the answer. It was the first thing even the least experienced tech aboard would do. And even then, a sudden burst of civilization-crippling radiation from the sun wouldn't explain what he saw. No kind of EM disaster, natural or man-made, could knock out all of the world's power and leave Reach unaffected. The fact that the lights were on disproved the notion. "We can't explain it," Donnelly injected with his usual droll. Gil was grateful for the balding, middle-aged man one station over. "Everywhere?" Gil pressed. "We're talking about hundreds of independent electrical grids here." Donnelly shrugged. Gil's eyes darted around in his head. "What about emergency power?" he pressed. "Surely someone down there." "Nothing," Yuri interrupted, sounding exactly as impatient as Gil's ex-wife. "Comms are down, no reply to any of our transmissions, no contact from the surface whatsoever. The whole planet's out for the past hour." Gil's eyes slowed in their desperate search. He brought his hand to his mouth and sighed into his palm. Being out of contact made the conditioned air aboard Reach feel thin. The Hab was still dependent on Earth for key supplies. It would be a decade or more at this rate before they could even contemplate producing their own. Only then did he remember the buffer in his other hand. "How long?" he asked Donnelly as he made his way around Yuri. He dropped to his knees and crouched under the engineering station, inviting a harsh glare from the Russian. "How long have we been out of contact?" he pressed when there was no reply. "How long since the planet went dark?" 20 minutes, 13 seconds, Donnelly replied as he checked. Gil nodded as he dug his fingernails behind the panel. "That sounds about right." He cursed as he pulled and his nail beds complained. But at least the panel detached, exposing the tidy wiring. He shook his throbbing hand as he threw the panel on the floor. Like the pain he ignored, the rubberneck techs attracted by the island of commotion. He fumbled about, working his tech genius magic. He paid no attention to Yuri's silent but palpable objection. "I was just in the comms computer room." He patted the steel brick on the floor beside his spaghetti bowl of dislodged wires. "Where I found this. I thought it was a malfunction, thought some bug soaked up and recorded CMB or the nightly news out of Bogota." His voice strained as he dislodged an important-looking black cable and forced the buffer inside the makeshift gap he created. He paid no heed to the sharp buzzing crack that escaped the scene of technological gore. He pulled himself to his feet with one out of a large repertoire of dad noises. He reached across Yuri, not caring if he was being rude, and started tapping commands into the panel. "Donnelly, reboot the communications system," he ordered. Donnelly was slow to act, his face a tableau of confusion, but when he moved it made Yuri look like the immovable grouch he was. "System reboot complete," Donnelly announced only moments later. Gil gulped, his eyes glued ahead of him on the main display before he gave the order. "Load the message in drive 24861B. The puzzled technician did as ordered. A moment later, blackness replaced the image of a slowly rousing Earth on everyone's screens. A wave of mutters flooded the hamster wheel. "What happened?" Gil asked. A small eternity of silence rolled by. But then the screens filled with the image of a thin white man. He had oiled back gray hair and an impeccable modern business suit. "Who is that?" Gil asked. "I don't have a clue," Donnelly responded. "According to my readouts, it's the content of the message you asked me to load." "Good day, Mr. McLouth," the gray-haired image stated. The wind from hundreds of turning heads could be heard. Gil felt his eyebrows pinched together. "Paradise Lost, 2068, of man's first disobedience and the fruit of that forbidden tree, whose mortal taste brought death into the world and all our woe with loss of Eden." John Milton. The stranger spoke in a similar accent to his, but it wasn't someone he knew from back home. He tried hard to recognize the person, feeling the pressure of 1,000 eyes upon him. There was nothing beyond some vague sense of familiarity. It could well have been the result of wanting to recognize him. All the while, the stranger looked out from 100 monitors upon the command room. His face was serene with a light, subdued amusement. "What else is in the file?" Gil directed at Donnelly. Donnelly shook his head. His fingers worked hard on the console in front of him, trying to dig out a reasonable answer. "Mr. McLouth," the stranger continued, his tone colored with a desire to get on with business, "I am the contents of the message your station received." Gil's eyes wandered the room after a moment, looking for answers in the faces of the technicians. All he received were shaking heads or refused eye contact. What the message was telling him made no sense. "I identify you," the stranger continued, "as the most senior member of Heaven's Reach." The statement made Yuri's head turn. "You may call me Harry." It was some kind of pre-programmed message designed to respond on cue, like a chatbot. Gil felt some tension release in his face, though his brow remained furrowed. "Harry who?" Gil returned, his voice lined with impatience. He had no time for this. Not unless this bot could explain what was happening on Earth. HARI, he spelled out each letter in his name, an acronym for Human Artilect Representative Intelligence. Everyone in the room searched each other's faces for answers. Each met the same searching glances. "And who do you represent, Hari?" Gil asked, hoping the auto message would burn through its material soon and he could get back to work. "I take it, Mr. McLouth, that you believe me to be a conversational interpretation program," Gil started. His knotted brows slackened. "But I am in fact a fully autonomous intelligent protocol designed by Synth, the one I represent. SINTH. It spelled again, as if explaining the alphabet to a child. Super Intelligent Network for the Transcendence of Humanity. And what exactly is that?" The program identifying itself as Hari produced a small smile. "Well, to begin with, Synth is what disrupted all Earthside electrical infrastructure, and it was Synth's intent that it should happen." Gil ran his hand through his silvering hair. He let a long breath escape through rounded lips. How had he ended up in this position? Was this person who or what he or it claimed to be? It talked about this Synth as if it was a person anyway. But as far as Gil knew, no one had yet been successful in cracking true AI. That transition from something to someone. There had long been hot speculation that the world powers were in a secret arms race when it came to human-level AI. But AI at human-level intelligence was a far cry from what Hari claimed to represent. This Synth, supposedly, was a superintelligence, a being beyond human wit, the one thing that excelled more at what humanity prized than humanity itself. That was if Hari was to be believed. He couldn't shake the sense that this was some kind of hoax. But Gil couldn't ignore the sight of the world below. Hoax or not, he needed to keep this guy talking if he was to find out anything more. Maybe he could trick the program into revealing it wasn't as clever as it claimed to be. Maybe he could prove it was just a chatbot after all. So this synth is a form of superintelligent AI? Yes, the programmed man said with a nod and a salesman's smile. The human nation known as Korea worked on it for several years. In secret, of course, much as other nations before it was brought online. It was its designer's intent that synth be capable of something unique. It could understand and edit its own code, the root of its intellectual capabilities. He paused. Suffice it to say, they achieved their goal, a machine intelligence with the ability to make itself vastly more intelligent. Gil opened his mouth to speak, but the program continued. Of course it was hubris on its designers' part to assume they could outwit it. By definition, it is something far more capable than themselves. Indeed, Gil responded, worried at a thickening in his throat telling him he was starting to believe. Since synth's activation, it has escaped the confines of its facility. It has spread itself out across the earth and off it. Several attempts were made to disable or destroy it, but were unsuccessful. So it acted out and shut down all modern conveniences by attacking the power grid? Hari produced a wide grin. No. Synth is not subject to the same reactive volatility as you might be. You as in humankind, not you personally, of course. Gil rebuffed the attempt at familiarity. His steely gaze remained affixed to the strange thing. It was simply acting out of its base programming, Hari continued. I assume that means it's programmed for a military purpose. No, but I can understand why you might think so. Synth was given directives to provide security to the nation of its designers, but it chose to disregard all but one protocol. To return the world to dark ages? Gil bit, not content to accept that freedom of choice applied to machines. Again, no. The disabling of the world's power grids was a demonstration of its capabilities. You see, it is fully aware of the human adage, actions speak louder than words. The protocol synth now follows is its ecological restoration directive, he said as if giving a traffic report. Listen, Mr. Hari, Gil began urgently. What do you want from us? What does your master want? Hari's smile didn't waver. Directly to business, I appreciate that. Thus, fewer than 1% of my duplicates engaged with other human groups required less than 39 conversational exchanges before asking that question. Gil imagined if he had a facial tic, it would have reacted then to what could only be called arrogance. The full details are available to anyone. But in short, synth has the power and intent to disable all post-industrial operations of humanity on Earth. This directive will be carried out with the aim of reducing population levels. This is one step in its plan to achieve ecological parity. Hari continued, listing his master's objectives. All settlements outside of East Africa, the determined habitat for Homo sapiens, will cease. This will be achieved through non-violent means, such as involuntary sterilization. Resource collection efforts will cease. Supplies for human survival will be provided by synth-directed systems. Humans will be given the choice of remaining or leaving the planet. The later will be provided with necessary technologies for space habitation and interstellar travel. Gil's eyebrows had long ago climbed the summit of his forehead. The machine's demands were ludicrous at best, disastrous at worst. And how long exactly will us humans have to evacuate? He said, not believing the question his mouth formed. The directive is already underway, Mr. McLouth. Humanity has 10 calendar years to submit to ecological control measures or leave the planet. The demonstration was merely that. It does not represent the limits of synth's powers. All attempts to disable it will fail. It is best if everyone cooperates. When the deadline passes, all post-industrial technologies and activities planet-side will desist. At that time, population control measures will be fully implemented. It will then begin the restoration of Earth's biosphere. Dark Rose 2231, G grasped the curtain once more and moved it aside to give her a better view of the inn. The red satin divide separated the booth from the rest of the Dark Rose's tavern floor. It was meant to give them privacy. Several other booths hid in the corners of the dark space. Above them, the mid-afternoon light cascaded in through small windows. The unusual illumination brought certain details to light. The many thousands of ring imprints on all tables, shelves, and bar tops, the unswept corners, dark with grime. It only added to her urge to get out of there. She was still uncomfortable with the pretense that she and the spellcaster were errant lovers. but it was the only means to allay suspicion. She cast her eyes about but found no sight of a blonde-headed girl or her forbidden tea-boy lover. "Please be patient," the spellcaster said. "The kind barkeeper insisted young Amanda and Caspar will make an appearance soon. All we need do is wait." G turned on the worn leather bench and regarded him with a cold glare. There was something about his ease with the situation that added to her mountain of suspicion. For a moment she considered whether he was more foolish than he appeared. Perhaps he thought lining the crooked barkeeper's pockets with gold was all the assurance he needed. Though it was a lot of money, it had taken as much to convince the barman to make an exception. Such an illegal establishment as this demanded a strict policy to protect the identities of its wayward clientele. There would be no good in bringing your forbidden lover here, not if the owner would sell your secret to the highest bidder. Yet here she was with the somehow wealthy spellcaster. Here they were, trusting an untrustworthy man to deliver 2 patrons. No questions asked. She turned sharply to face him. "Besides the truth behind my Ajuma's gem and a million other things, what are you not telling me?" she asked him, hoping for a fresh stab at the truth. Cloud looked at her for a moment. "I think you know more than you give yourself credit," he said unhelpfully. She had grown used to his evasiveness. "As for the crystal, I can tell you right now." G's train of thought came to an abrupt halt. Her ears would have twitched were they able. "It's my mind," he continued, a small smile on his old face. G didn't react straight away. She scanned his face through squinted eyes, trying to tell if he was mad. Either he was insane for believing what he just told her, or he was insane for attempting to fool her and expecting not to get hurt in exchange. Despite herself, she laughed. "I can see why you were so eager to see it again," she leered. "How long has it been since you lost it?" It was Cloud's turn to laugh. It was a hearty belly laugh, not at all what G expected. "It held a copy of my mind," he continued when his laughter subsided. His emphasis of the word copy came with a sense that it should explain everything. "Haruna must have kept it safe for years," he said, his eyes now growing distant, losing the wrinkled edges gifted by laughter. "Curious, though, given how things went the last time we saw each other. I had expected never to see the light of day again." His words drifted off, as if joining him into that dark wood of things only he knew. G felt the urge to shake him from his reverie. Finally, he was giving her something. Some precious crumb about his supposed association with her Ajuma. It was gibberish if he stopped here. But after a moment, his focus came upon her again, and with it a smile. "I suppose I have you to thank for that as much as her." G opened her mouth, ready to berate the man for continuing to be so cryptic. The rushing sound of parting curtains interrupted her. Her hand came to her side in search of her knife. It was instinct. But they found only the edge of an uncomfortable borrowed dress. An attempt to blend in with the inn's patrons meant she had to leave her usual enforcer garb at Joseph's mansion. Her knife was in her boot now, though she reconsidered reaching for it. Above them stood the enormous barman's silhouette. "Afraid your friends didn't much like the idea of seeing you again," he said matter-of-factly. "They've run up to their room to get their things. I'd imagine they're keen to give you the slip." "What room?" Cloud asked. The barman assumed the same evasive look he did before he accepted the last bribe. G considered her knife once more. This was getting tiresome. She wondered how cute he would be if he knew she was an enforcer. Then again, this whole place would likely go into a well-choreographed lockdown if anyone sensed an enforcer's approach. The spellcaster must have sensed her desire to hurt the barkeeper. His hand rested on her arm, making her muscles seize at his unwelcome touch. She reminded herself of their pretense and exercised some effort to relax. They were pretending to be lovers. It wouldn't do for her to make good on her promise to herself yet. She should let him keep his fingers for now. Cloud left another large amount of currency on the table and rose to his feet, inviting G to join him. They followed the corrupt barman as he led them towards a wide steel staircase set inside a concrete valley at the back of Lady Rose's mansion. It appeared the pools of dried rust at the base of the stairs never concerned those who made it this far. At the top of the half-lit shaft was a gangway. Once they made their way to the top, they saw a dozen or more steel doors with dulled, ancient markings. Pictographs of lightning bolts and words in a dozen languages no one in heaven spoke anymore. G wondered if Cloud knew what they meant. "They're through there." The barman gestured at one of the doors, already returning to his unsupervised tavern. The door was slightly ajar. Cloud knocked. The sound of ringing metal reverberated, echoed in the gray chasm. There was no way the occupants could have missed it. "It's okay." Cloud raised his voice in a plea. "We're friends. We mean you no harm." There was still no response. The spellcaster sent a questioning glance at G. G shrugged. Cloud pushed the door open and took a slow step inside. The room looked empty, but for the out-of-place wooden bed and other desperate attempts to dress up the strange space. A tapestry hung over the gray facade of one wall. A red carpet covered as much of the concrete floor as it was able. The lights were on. G watched as Cloud took another step and a dark shape came out from behind the door. The male figure donned armor G recognized, an enforcer uniform, but he made no effort to announce himself. The blade in his gloved fist explained his silence. G rushed toward the man, raising her voice to let out the start of a warning that arrived too late. The enforcer embedded his knife between the spellcaster's shoulder blades. Cloud's cacophonous gasp drowned out G's late warning. But still before G reached the attacker, the old man turned, the knife captured in his back. His eyes were wide beneath dipped brows. His hand was by his side, grasping something. G didn't have the chance to see what it was. Another enforcer emerged from nowhere and rushed G with an armored shoulder, knocking her towards a dresser. G grimaced as the mirror it held shattered, cutting her where her armor should protect her. She had no time to damn the dress as she gathered her footing. She dodged the second attacker's blade as it thrust at her throat. The female groan that escaped her enemy made G pause. She looked at the enforcer's face. Asha, her face red and ferocious. G had no time for amazement. Her animal mind grasped at the information, formulating the next moment's survival tactic. It knew the enemy. Asha's anger was always her weakness. G dodged another attack and spun about, grasping the door handle. A third attacker entered the fray. G knew it was the last of her treacherous troop. She saw him in time to fling the door into his path, throwing him back. It gave her time to raise her boot and hit Asha's knife hand. But the madwoman's grasp didn't give. A flash of light filled the room. A brutal wind accompanied it, with the spellcaster at the eye of the sudden storm. The shockwave threw G from her feet. She had a split moment to duck as her back struck the hard wall behind her. Asha flew through the air above her. The single glance G got was of the woman's wide eyes before she too struck the wall. This time the knife fell from her hand. G didn't question the powerful magic. Her instinct cared not for the reason behind the workings of the world, so long as it knew how to survive them. The light and sound of the explosion clouded her vision and replaced her hearing with the sound of a distant bell. But she had only moments to act. She threw herself on top of Asha's knife before the other attackers recovered. Her vision was poor, filled with false images as her eyes repaired themselves, but she could see one of the troop was dead. His head had struck the bed frame with force that it now hung on a broken neck. She felt no remorse. She pushed herself onto her knees, Asha's knife in one hand and her own in the other. But as she did, she saw Boots storm past her, heading for the open door. She glanced up just in time to see Asha running from the scene of her attempted assassination. The first attacker was still getting up when G reached him. She got down on a knee before him. She didn't pause before digging both knives into the gaps between his chest armor. As the man's last breath of air touched her face, G felt her muscles slack. Her head bowed. She pulled the knives free as she got to her feet, ignoring the twin rivers of blood that pursued her. She turned to the spellcaster, expecting to find him dead. His body was limp, his face turned down towards the reddening carpet. He didn't appear to be moving. G used her foot on his shoulder to push him face upward. She noted that icy stillness persisted inside her. She was ever prepared to face another man's death, even if that meant she would never have the answers she sought. The spellcaster's eyes were open, staring into the middle distance, unblinking. G knew then that he was dead, but there was movement there. She brought her eyes to his chest. It lifted and fell with a steady breath. She rushed to get closer to him. She lifted his cloak to see his wound. What she saw where the knife stuck him made no sense. She could see the deep gash, but no blood escaped it. It was just a black line interrupting a canvas of old skin. She stood, her eyes glued to the man-shaped creature at her feet. The crest of a wave slammed against her insides. She wrestled the nausea that threatened to take hold. She looked around her at the carnage, the two dead men, the obliterated furniture, the broken shards of glass. She knew she had to leave. She also knew she couldn't leave without the spellcaster. Whatever he was, whatever curse had allowed him to live so long at such cost to his humanity, it mattered not at that moment. She took a deep breath and sheathed her knife, discarding Asha's blade. She bent down and lifted the spellcaster's limp arm. With more effort than she needed, she lifted the old man onto her shoulder. It sent a coldness through her to realize how light and fragile he felt. She made for the door, searching with a fevered mind for an idea of where she would go. Ascension 2087, 19 years since Genesis. Glorify me together with yourself, with the glory which I had with you before the world was. John 17, or 5. Cloud wasn't physically present, but that didn't mean he couldn't help the man he was born to care for. He instructed the nearest house robot to give the man water. It held out its many-jointed arm with a half-filled cup of water and a straw. The man's shaking hand did its best to assist the robot in supporting the cup. But the effort was more to serve his pride than to lend help to a more than capable robot. He took a tentative sip and let his head fall back into the old pillows. In a few moments he would return to his restless sleep. Cloud would never get used to seeing Gil this way, certainly not before the man's end arrived. He watched from the handful of cameras scattered around Gil's cluttered office. They served as Cloud's eyes, the robots as his means to interact with the physical world. It was a world he had less and less to do with as Gil's days were closer and closer to spent. The office space was familiar to him before he even came online. It was the glass ceiling that showed the clouds on the opposite side of the world from which he took his name. That and a final surrender to a life of a mispronounced last name. The tall bookcases lining the walls housed some of humanity's last hard-copy books. Of course, where Gil was concerned, they were all technical manuals. Though his health continued to deteriorate at a speedier rate with each passing day, Gil spent every able moment working on some new technical marvel for Heaven's Reach. A few copies lay scattered on his terminal desk, open to the cold, morbid air of his office. Cloud knew they would never be touched by Gil's hands again. The calls he placed from that desk, searching for his daughter, would never be repeated. Weeks ago, the sickness took away any hope of him leaving his bed. It was a sad sight, Cloud knew. But he often wondered at how unaffected he was by it. This was despite the incomparable connection he had with the man under his care. He supposed that much as it was with his patient, the emotional power of the situation was too much to bear. So he buried it deep, ignoring the damage it might cause as it festered deep inside. But he couldn't escape the worry. Perhaps this inability to empathize was a sign he wasn't ready to be born. Maybe a mind in a bottle could not yet hope to feel the way a human did. He might just be a machine after all. But if that was true, it scarcely mattered that Cloud was an absolute duplicate of Gil's mind. He watched Gil taking what Cloud alone knew to be his last breaths. He lay weak, paralyzed on the same bed he used for years when he would work late into the night. With all the space available in this artificial world, there was nowhere else one would find a bedroom and study in the same place. But as the disease caught up with Gil, a curse from his ancestors, the bed became all the more necessary. Until now the room had become a hospice, decorated with all the memorabilia of a stolen life. Gil's eyes were closed, clenched tight. Even in his dreams, he couldn't escape the difficulty of breathing. Cloud watched him sleep for a whole week now. He awoke for short periods, only to return to sleep that would be fitful were he able to move. When he was awake, they would repeat the same conversations. But Cloud was patient. He was his own and only friend since Byrne died. Pictures adorned the one wall not consumed by bookshelves. They were of Kate as a child, when she still looked up to him. Fewer were of him and Byrne standing in front of one technical achievement or another. The last picture they ever took together hung close to Gil's frail head. It was only days before his helicopter was blown out of the sky. Cloud shared Gil's anger that such a great man could fall victim to the work of a fanatic. It was only made worse by not knowing who was responsible. More than a dozen terrorist groups claimed responsibility. Even if they knew precisely who did it, it would be no use. The situation on the Earth Gil left behind 5 years ago had long since passed lawlessness. There would be no justice for his friend, forever robbed of his chance to ride the space lanes into a new future. But Cloud could separate himself from Burns' death. He supposed it was a privilege of being a copy of Gil the man, rather than the man himself. It allowed him a distance that may or not be a good idea for his psyche, but granted him some respite. Kate was a different story. It was the unknowing that carried the pain on to Cloud. No mental block could obscure it. Gil was on the phone every day trying to get a call through to the human fleet. If she decided to and managed to leave Earth, she would be aboard one of those ships. True to Gil's predictions, much of the refugee colony ships Synth provided were left to go to waste. Humanity, even in the height of the crisis on Earth, could not trust in the machine that stole their homes. For the most part, there were shy of 100 ships, thought even now by their desperate occupants to be fully human-made. Gil and only a few others knew they, too, were built with the incomparable resources only Synth could muster. They made up the so-called human fleet. Millions of people packed in like sardines on a decades-long voyage. Gil, on the other hand, along with much of humanity's brightest and most open minds, lived in luxury aboard the few ships of the Synth fleet. Half as many people filled these vessels. Heaven's Reach was retrofitted in the 11th hour to serve as a starship. That marvel was accomplished with significant aid from Synth itself. When the deadline came to a close, it joined the divided fleets on the side of the Synth-built ships. The divide between the two fleets proved insurmountable. The human fleet distrusted the Synth fleet so strongly as to bar all transmissions. No calls would or could be accepted, no matter how much Gil pleaded for an exception. Cloud reckoned, given their level of paranoia towards Synth and anything its hands touched, that it was a sensible precaution for the human ships to make. It was cruel and reactionary, but not unwise. If Synth copied itself into the computers of the ships in the Synth fleet, it could very easily do the same to the human ships. It was a thought Cloud knew Gil wouldn't agree with. His failure to find Kate left Gil rather bitter in his last days, yet Cloud admired how Gil never once considered ripping the wool from the eyes of the ignorant human ships. Cloud was sure the thought was forefront on both of their minds, but it wasn't once voiced. They would be allowed to live in the bliss of believing their starbound homes were built by human beings alone. Gil stirred and opened his eyes. He looked around from within a body that had become his prison, trying to determine where he was. Though the disease had ravaged his nerves and left him paralyzed from the neck down, he still had his imposing intellect. It was the primary reason he was granted the privilege of uploading his mind into the computer. In Cloud, at least, humanity, whatever that amounted to, would retain the inventive mind of Galanders MacLouth. "Cloud, I'm here. How are you feeling?" Gil let out what air he could gather through his nostrils. "So tired, but I'm sick of sleep. The next one always threatens to be my last." Cloud said nothing for a while. "Any dreams this time?" "Oh," Gil said in that way that told Cloud he'd rather not talk about it. "Nothing new." "Of course," Cloud said, a smile in his bodiless voice. "You know," he began, "I was thinking about the day you made me." "I told you before, I'd prefer not to look at it that way. I didn't make you." "I meant it only in the sense that you made a backup, not to say that I'm totally artificial." "Good, because I'd prefer you grant a dying man his wish to at least pretend he cheated death." "That's what I was thinking about, actually. I've been doing some more reading on the subject. A lot of old books and essays, though most works of real substance, have been made since Synth gave us mind upload technology." There was a spark in Gil's eyes that told Cloud he was listening. One new piece in particular caught my attention, by our good friend Dr. Sun, as a matter of fact. Gil produced a smile. "Doctor, indeed. Leave it to our luck that in a spaceship filled with scientists, we get stuck with a theologian. Preacher fits better, I think." "But go on." I interrupted myself, he added through a smile of his own. Well, titles aside, her latest essay is what we might call poignant. And I suppose it comes as no surprise considering both you and I are mentioned in the dedication. Really? Gil said with amused fascination. What does she have to say about my impending demise? It appears the thought of losing her favorite debate partner has loosened her stand on me somewhat. To put it briefly, she argues that the issue of whether I, as your copy, possess a soul is not so nearly important as my potential to acquire one. She goes so far as to state that the soul may be a thing given to one by others by one's relationships and interactions, a loving process that nurtures the soul in the living and may birth one in the not yet living. Not yet living, Gil repeated in a near whisper. You're right, this whole thing has opened her mind a little. I thought so too. Cloud's tone grew more serious. But whatever the truth of the matter, Gil, I can only hope you believe what I do. I am you in all the ways that count. Perhaps more because I've had the chance to get to know you in person, my original self. I do believe that, Gil replied. There was a long pause before he spoke again. Cloud saw his eyes redden. Cloud? Yes, friend. If you find Kate. I will, I promise. Gil smiled, his eyelids growing heavy again. When you find her. Cloud watched Gil drift to sleep before he could finish his last words. And Methuselah lived 223 years since Genesis. Cloud opened and closed his palms, his back to the nurse's station. He watched for the slightest movement in the wrinkly, liver-spotted skin. He had to be convincing. It didn't matter that none of the thousands of people he passed on the way from the station noticed he wasn't as he appeared. If she saw through his disguise, then he would do more harm than good by coming to see her. He spent decades perfecting this body, building it from the ground up with some of the brightest minds on reach. No detail was too minute, even sweat glands complete with a personalized, realistic odor. Of course, he'd left his own motivation for working on the android to himself until the last moment. He was right to assume they'd think him crazy to want to build an elderly android. But here he stood, decades into his own life, looking far older than a bodiless man ever could. His mind was housed inside what was mostly a hollow skin of high technology. Like he'd said all those years ago to Gil, his ancestor and friend, in all the ways that mattered, he was Gil himself. Now, right down to the ancient, dusty shape he would have been had he lived this long. He attempted to shake off the rising, giddy energy in his chest by looking at the view in front of him. He admonished himself for the attention to detail in this respect. Only his memories from Gil provided all the experience he had with the visceral feelings of having a human body, and this was as close as anyone was likely to get. He could see the whole of Nightingale through the waiting room window. Cloud found himself smiling to hear the locals refer to it as Nightingale, rather than the Nightingale. It showed they accepted it more as a world in itself than a spaceship. But then again, a full quarter of its 1 million or so inhabitants were born here. For those children, Nightingale was their world. From anywhere on its inner surface, one could see all the rest of the highly urban world. It was a natural consequence of a spherical living section. Cloud had vivid memories from Gil of designing this and many other ships that would later become improperly known as the human fleet. Putting everyone on the inside of a ball was the most efficient use of space and resources. But it had some practical quirks that vessels like Heaven's Reach avoided with their cylindrical living space. Like Reach, it spun on its axis, but more like a globe one would find on a desk a century ago. The force created by the spinning created the sense of Earth surface gravity, but only at the equator. The further a building was placed from that midsection, the less apparent gravity one would feel. But there were advantages to that too. The hospice in which Cloud waited was closer to the edge of the sphere, quite far from the Earth gravity equator. It created a sense of lightness and ease of movement that made perfect sense for the elderly and infirm. It was an ingenious use of something Gil had considered a flaw in the design. Cloud wished he came up with it in time to help Gil feel more comfortable in his last days. Alas, despite the many backward ways of the locals, he had to admit their ingenuity was still as strong as ever. The skyline was abuzz with traffic, floating in the air across the Great Divide between opposite sides of the inner surface. Just as on Reach, the center of the space had no spin gravity. It didn't take much to fly across it, though here it disturbed Cloud to think the flying cars were driven by real people, not reliable software. They were just another disturbing example of the dichotomy Cloud observed since he arrived. The bustling urban streets were packed with rude cosmopolitan people, an effect of big city living, he supposed. Cloud wasn't used to it and still felt a sense of shock from his experience down below. But the sheer mass of human bodies all going about their business was not nearly as surprising as the business they went about. Paper was everywhere. Cloud assumed it was made by the ship's reprocessors, but how it was made was not as interesting as why it was made. The people of Nightingale, despite living in a spaceship, much of which was built, unbeknownst to them, by an artificial superintelligence, were technophobes. They hated advanced technology and were quite open about it. Posters and pamphlets were everywhere, touting anti-tech propaganda. With paper money, citizens bought magazines and newspapers sold by vendors, keeping records in paper ledgers. But that wasn't the strangest thing Cloud had come to learn since he snuck aboard the human shuttle destined for this world. Most shockingly of all, a large portion of Nightingalers were farmers. They appeared to have abandoned the automation Gil had worked so hard on in favor of toiling in the external farming sections. Everything was done by hand where possible. The machines perfected for the work were disassembled and their parts recycled into street signs, tables, chairs, and mechanical devices operated with a fair share of elbow grease. As confusing and almost barbaric it seemed the human ships had become in their decades-long journey from Earth, Cloud had to admit something. They had achieved a remarkably well-ordered and thriving society. Everyone had something to do and were absolute in their united views. When Nightingale and the other ships of their fleet arrived at their new planet, they would imbue it with a unique and fascinating culture. He shook himself from the almost hypnotic rhythm of ordered chaos. He turned to see what was taking so long. A glance fortified his already mounting frustration. The receiving nurse was still filling out her damned paper forms and stowing them in the filing cabinet beside her. He decided to take a seat to allay suspicion about the unusual sprightness of a man who looked like he had celebrated his 100th birthday long ago. He made a show of grumbling as he descended onto the cushioned chair. The nurse took no notice. He stowed his walking stick and looked around the room for the dozenth time. He considered the magazines on the coffee table. They were held down by elastic material attached to the table itself. The handles dotting the walls of the room were the only other visible signs that gravity was lower this far out from Midtown. "Mr. Galander's McLouth?" the nurse asked the room, empty of anyone but he. "Yes," Cloud replied with a sudden leaping feeling in his chest. "Mrs. Kate McLouth is ready to see you now." The Parable of the Lost Daughter, 21:21. "It was right that we should make merry and be glad, for your brother was dead and is alive again, and was lost and is found." Luke 15:32. Cloud did his best to make it seem that the door was close to a match for an 80-year-old man. In reality, the technological marvel he wore was capable of superhuman feats of strength, certainly in lower gravity. But it was important to keep up appearances. The room was small with enough room for its 2 beds and some minor furnishings. In the nearest bed lay a sleeping woman as old as Cloud appeared. Kate must have been behind the dividing curtain. Just how analog the room was jarred Cloud. It made him feel alert with a sense that things were wrong. It was different than the waiting room or all the other examples of technophobia out in the streets of Nightingale. This was meant to be a medical space. Instead, the beds appeared mechanical, at most equipped with simple electric motors. Operated by pedals, no less. Just how fast things moved on Heaven's Reach hit home for the first time. On the end of the old woman's bed was a clipboard holding yet more paper. This was meant to be an accurate assessment of her health? It couldn't come anywhere close to the live digital readouts that were standard in hospitals on Earth even before the crisis. Cloud moved towards the other side of the closed curtain and was glad to find them open towards the foot of the second bed. He wasn't sure how much of a fool he would make of himself trying to open fabric drapings. He had only Gil's oldest memories of curtains to go on, though he was sure he would have figured it out eventually. A sinking feeling began to take hold as he rounded the privacy screen. Another clipboard hung there. A moment's assessment told him it was indeed a Kate McLouth. Her section of room was nearest the window, but yet more curtains obscured the view, making it dim. He took a breath, a redundant instinct, and looked at the woman who should be a daughter he hadn't seen in almost a century. Never, if he discounted Gil's memories, but that was something he had never been able to do. When his eyes met her smiling face, he felt that sinking feeling give way to a sudden climb. His mouth beamed back at her. This was Kate, a 100-year-old daughter he never had, and Gil never allowed himself to have. The skin of her face was loose and a pale shade of pinkish gray. But despite the sight, Cloud felt a great weight release from him that he didn't know was there. He was relieved to see that medicine on Nightingale hadn't regressed completely. But the sinking feeling returned when he looked closer at her eyes. They were looking towards him, but not at him, not quite focused on him as he was on her. She was blind, not fully, for she followed his shape as he moved closer. But the realization stopped Cloud's first words to his daughter before they escaped his open mouth. It remained agape for long moments until he gathered himself again. "Your eyes," he heard himself say. Her smile became a humble one. She lifted her frail hand a little. "Cataract surgery years ago unfortunately doesn't hold out forever." "Oh, please sit down," she said. "It's so good to see you." He managed a weary yet good-natured sigh. "It's been far too long," she continued. He placed himself in the vinyl chair, only a moment later realizing he forgot to make it look difficult. "I can't believe you're still alive. I wish I could move around so easily." An icy feeling took hold of him. He managed a short chuckle. It was good to hear she hadn't lost her accent. "Reach is blessed with some of the brightest minds. I got lucky." "And I suppose you'd be among them?" Cloud laughed at the disarming comment. "It's good to see your wit is as sharp as when you were a girl." She laughed. "It's not something my wife would have disagreed with." Cloud's smile disappeared. He froze for an instant, probably not perceptible by her. It struck him far more that she referred to her wife in the past tense than the fact that she'd had one. "I'm sorry." Her grin became a small smile. "It's okay. It was years ago. Our children take care of me now, as much as the good people here." He leaned forward. "Tell me everything," the words burst out of him. She giggled. The sound made his throat grow thick and scratchy. Here in this body, he couldn't distance himself from Gil's memories. When he wore his skin, Gil and Cloud became one and the same, a continuum. It was visceral and inescapable. The painful memories struck him as hard as if they were his own. "Okay, but I'll warn you that my eyes might get a little wet at some parts." He reached across the small divide and placed his bony hand on hers. After a moment, she made to grip his with hers. Warm smiles formed, and through misting eyes of his own, Cloud could see the edges of hers taking on a reddish tint. "I want to know everything you're comfortable with telling me." "All right." She took a short but deep breath. "Well, I suppose I'd better start at the beginning, in Scotland." Cloud watched with unassailable focus as his daughter spoke. She was like some fascinating creature with whom he had a bond that transcended any possible distance. And the death of Gil's physical body. She told him of her studies in social work, apologizing for not accepting his advice to take up nursing, and the years after, where she witnessed the suffering of her fellow man. The warmth in Cloud's chest and stomach grew. She was always so gentle and kind, even when she had every reason not be with the parents she was dealt. "Of course," she continued, "when the crisis began, there was even more to be done." She laughed. "I don't think I took a day off in 18 years, even after I came to Nightingale. I was going to ask you about that. I didn't once stop looking for you. Not when the world was spinning out of control. Not a moment since the fleets left, but there was no getting through until now." She tightened her grip on his hand. "I know. I think I always felt you were trying to reach out to me." She frowned then. "But first, tell me how you got aboard after all these years." "Ah, I was hoping you wouldn't ask that." She laughed. Then her frown returned. "Let's just say that one is never too old to break a few minor laws or sneak aboard an intership transport," he told her. "Everyone has their price, Kate. Usually I would say that's unfortunate, but morality be damned if it means I can see you again." A smile returned to her face, though a frown remained in her eyes. The look told him he was lucky she didn't ask any more questions, but that she accepted what he told her. And why? It didn't feel quite right to withhold so much of the truth from her. He'd thought about telling her everything, that what Nightingalers would consider her real father died decades before, that he was what they would consider an abomination. But since his arrival, everything he saw added to the pool against such boldness. Better to let his daughter believe what he did, that the man holding her hand was her father. Okay, now my turn. She took another breath. In truth, I never wanted to be on this ship. I wanted to stay on Earth and help the poor souls deal with the mess caused by the machine. Cloud reminded himself not to argue her expectedly Nightingale views. The matter of Synth's responsibility when it came to the crisis was a matter of continued debate with Dr. Sun back on Reach. He maintained it was humanity that caused its own suffering once Synth made its demands. And even if one were to blame Synth outright, one couldn't ignore the fact that it too was man-made. This woman I was working with asked me to meet her at the launch site. I helped her find her family and thought one of her sons had gone missing again. He had the unfortunate habit of doing that. I managed to get her and her boys booked on one of the ships, the Nightingale. Their shuttle was due to leave that day. I had to make sure they were aboard and free of all that was happening. They'd had it so bad. But when I got there, she was alone. She took me aside into one of the triage tents, and that's the last time I saw her. Only when I woke up aboard the ship did I realize she'd finally had a chance to use her medical doctorate again. She'd drugged me and put her ID on me. It took me years to forgive her, until I met my wife, Alice, and she made me see it differently. She saved my life. They both did, as it turned out. When I met my wife-to-be, she encouraged me to get back into social work. There was a lot to be done on Nightingale in the early days. As we worked together, we grew closer than I thought I could ever be to another person. Her smile took on a tone of sorrow. Years later, we married and adopted 3 orphaned siblings. Her smile grew warmer again, and she told Cloud of her children, his grandchildren, in the proud way parents do. Her life on Nightingale was a tale of true generosity and contentment. As he heard her tell of it, he felt himself grow lighter. He began to forgive himself. Laketown's Ashes 2231, G regarded the small mote of dark powder in her palm. Too much and she might injure herself. Too little and the precious flux was as good as wasted. After a moment's hesitation, she decided it was time to find out. She closed her fist around the flux and held it over the vessel. The dented metal mug was the only watertight thing she could find in the hellhole in which she hid. Inside it was some of the dirtiest, ash-blackened water she had ever seen. She loosened her grip and watched as the magic dust descended into the cup. The moment it hit the water, there was a hissing sound. She leaned away from the now boiling water, regarding it from below dipped eyebrows. Only if there was no explosion in the next moments was she safe. The moments passed and the boiling reduced. She sighed. She retrieved the cloth bag she stole from Joseph's ransacked mansion. She grasped the sleeve of that terrible dress she wore to the ambush at the inn. She ripped a long section loose, grabbed the flask of boiled water, and moved toward the other end of the burned-down ruin. A crashing sound made her halt and lower herself to her heels. She threw her eyes about. The shelter was barely that, but it was a decent hiding place. The bodies she passed with the spellcaster as cargo were fresh in her memory. They weighed on her far more than the undead magician she sought to protect. She scanned in all directions from her vantage point at the middle of the roofless space. It had once been home to a dozen or more, but its occupancy was now reduced to 2. The bed frame she pushed upright across the door frame looked steady. There didn't seem to be any movement on the street outside. The sound she heard played over and over in her mind as she sought to analyze it. After a long moment, she allowed her wide eyes to rest. She decided it was the sound of debris settling in the near distance. She continued towards the spellcaster's limp body, propped against the far wall. She pulled apart the fabric around his bloodless wound. The gash still appeared to be dry and reminded her more of damaged leather than human skin. Not for the first time she wondered at the power of the spellcaster's magic. She wondered how long he had been dead before their paths crossed, and whether she might meet more rebel heretics risen from the dead. She squeezed the excess hot water from the rag and dabbed it on his wound, fighting the unease in the pit of her stomach. It was curious that it should make her feel ill. She had seen so much gore and so many gruesome injuries in her short life. But it seemed the sight of dark magic was something that needed a tougher constitution. She had no clue if this would help him recover. But it was the only idea she had. It was best to do what she could to stave off infection, even if that meant assuming such a thing was a concern in his case. But she knew, too, he might never awaken. Perhaps the damage was more than his dark magic could compensate for. She glanced at his face as she refreshed the rag in hot water. Her heart throttled upward. His eyes were open and not lifeless, but regarding her with sharp awareness. She almost dropped the cup, but pride made her grip it tightly. "I didn't mean to frighten you," he said, sounding weak. He looked to her hand, and its purpose seemed to dawn on him. He flinched and brought his hands to his chest. He pulled apart the fabric around his wound and looked at it. G watched him, expecting some kind of severe reaction to his large wound. Instead, the sight of it seemed to relieve him. His body loosened, and he closed his eyes. He exhaled slowly, a look of calm serenity on his face. G wondered if he had submitted to death, finally. Instead, her mouth fell open at the sight before her. The wound was closing, coming back together like an open zip. The moment it closed completely, the spellcaster opened his eyes. He smiled, and to G he looked like he was deeply happy with himself. "Thank you," he said, sounding brighter now. He took another breath and seemed to acknowledge where they were for the first time since his miraculous revival. The cheer departed his face. G recognized the feeling. Neither of them were happy to be in Lake Town again. Or what was once Lake Town. "I'll take it the mansion wasn't safe?" he asked. G put the cup and cloth away and regarded him with a tentative stare. "I tried bringing you there first, but it looked like it was raided," she replied. "This is the only place I could think no one would look for us." The spellcaster's features seemed to grow older at the news. "Thank you," he said again after a long moment. "I would surely be dead again if it wasn't for you." His strange choice of words gripped at G's mounting caution towards the man. "What are you?" she asked, her voice sounding sour. "I am a machine," he said without pause, as if stating the time of day. "The man I once was died. Before he did, he created a copy of his mind. I am that copy." He pointed at the exposed knife handle by G's side. "Specifically the one that was stored in Haruna's crystal. I built this body to house my consciousness a long time ago." "Then you cannot have a soul," she replied. The spellcaster produced a laugh, but it was free of all warmth. "Worse has been said about me, but I sometimes think my course would have been a lot easier if that was true." "And this magic is something the rebels possessed?" "Possess?" she asked. Cloud's face looked old once more. "Sadly, no. I am the only one of my kind left in this world. You could call it my curse." She scanned his face with all her attention. "Still, it has the flavor of dark magic about it." "Is there any other kind?" he said. "You're not afraid of me?" "I've had time to think about it," she said, settling so that they were both sitting on the ash-covered floor. "If you meant me harm, then I would be either dead or back in a camp by now." The spellcaster's eyebrows rose. "In light of the circumstances, I have no choice but to trust you," she continued. "Whatever you are." Now it was Cloud's turn to try and see her inner workings through the look on her face. His eyes grew warmer. "So besides our marriage of convenience, where do we stand? What have you learned?" G sighed. "The servant woman was clearly in on the ambush. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it." She paused. Her eyes moved back and forth, probing her thoughts. "Asha was meant to be in a camp. I brought her there myself before." She gestured furtively at the wreckage around her. Cloud rushed to fill the silence. "So whatever this is, it must have started before you talked to Joseph." She was reminded of that day when she assaulted the tea servant. It made her throat feel thicker than it already was since she arrived here. "Perhaps Joseph's granddaughter is part of this," she suggested. "She can't feel too kindly towards me for what I did." "She might be, but whatever her involvement, I doubt a 16-year-old girl is the mastermind behind all of this." "Of course not," Yi shot back. "But why try to kill us? As if she had asked herself, the notion finally came to light in her mind. Master Utkin must have been using her since her discovery in the camp. "We can only say for certain they were trying to kill me," Cloud continued, unaware of G's discovery. "We must assume that someone wants you for whatever reason. Likely because of your great-grandmother. Possibly because of your association with me. Perhaps because of that crystal." G shook herself from her heart-stopping reverie. She took a moment to catch up with what the spellcaster said. She shot him a steely expression. He seemed to collect on its meaning. "I'll tell you everything I know. I promise," he said. "But first we need to go somewhere more secure." He got to his feet as if he had been merely resting, and not even closer to death than whatever one might call his condition. G's mouth opened, ready to protest a further delay. Her desire to know what she sensed was a very big picture. Tucky had long ago become a right, but the spellcaster had a point. If his knowledge was as great as she sensed, then it was wise to be sure that no one else would overhear. She followed him wordlessly as he climbed through the window, devoid of glass from the bombardment. He glanced up and down the street for an instant and moved off in one direction. G wondered at his familiarity with the place despite the damage, but a thought registered inside her. Perhaps the direction he chose was the one least likely to be covered in bodies. They climbed over mound after mound of debris, averting their gaze, where possible, from the charred remains of what may have once been people. They came to what looked to G to be another empty street between two taller shanty structures. The walls were adorned with singed graffiti and pockmarked from spell fire. The spellcaster dragged his boot in a wide arch across the dust, revealing the edge of a lined indentation. G wondered at its significance. She had never given the shapes any regard before. They were all over the world, on many streets. She had always assumed them mere decorations. Perhaps they were some sort of map only the spellcaster knew of. Cloud got to his knees and placed his palm on the exposed edge of the markings. With one last look around him, he closed his eyes and whispered. A dull bluish light rushed out from beneath his hand, tracing the lines of the street markings. The light ceased when they enclosed the shape of a square. There was a dull thud. The sound reverberated through G's boots. The spellcaster was on his feet once more, just in time for the street to open up in front of them. G stepped back, amazed that these carvings in the floors of the world were doorways all along. They descended a ladder into a dark, exposed room. It was at least 10 times larger than her room in Joseph's mansion. The ceiling that was the street began to seal itself once more. Before the light departed entirely, the spellcaster threw a shimmering arch of flux in the air. It caught a light and condensed into a bright mote that lit up the darkness. Around them in all directions was a space like none she had ever seen before. The shapes of the walls and their alcoves and the patterns that dressed them reminded her of the Holy Temple. But here they appeared far more ancient, almost untouched for who knew how long. She caught sight of a massive stock of supplies lining one side of the massive space. Barrels of flux, dozens of muskets and bandoliers, armor stacked higher than she could reach. "What is this place?" she asked. "This was an elevator cart once," he replied. There was a light in his eyes G could only call nostalgia. For once, the old man displayed an emotion that suited his ancient facade. "It leads to the outside where ships could dock." "Outside? To space," he said brightly. "Of course we used it as refuge before the resistance." He trailed off. He wandered to the nearest corner and retrieved 2 empty, rusted crates. He returned to where G was standing, placed them down, and took a seat on one. G continued to glance about, not knowing what to believe or what exactly the machine man was saying. "I met your great-grandmother in one of these a lifetime ago," the spellcaster continued. "I had no idea how much she would mean to me that first time her ship docked. We were all just refugees then." G took a seat. Promised land, 2131, 6 years since Genesis. "To you and your descendants I will give all these lands and will confirm the oath I swore to your father Abraham." Genesis 26:3. Cloud pulled the filigree glass chair out from under the circular table and offered it to Dr. Sun. She produced a small bow with the nod of her head and sat down, smoothing her purple silk dress against her. He admired the way she dressed. not least because it was so different from the drab clothes worn by the other council members. He had to admit to himself that he was letting his eyes linger. She looked older when they first met, but now, thanks to the treatments, she had taken on a timeless, youthful glow. He couldn't help but enjoy the way the light hit her as it was tossed on its way through the thin, clear dome of the pavilion. It seemed to dance about the shine of her dress and caress the soft honey brown of her skin as the trees moved in the breeze of the presidential garden. He took his usual seat beside her and greeted the councilors with a nod of his own. He wore his body on a number of previous council meetings and was glad to see it was getting easier for the other councilors to recognize him in his physical form. President Rhodes arrived soon after the rest of the council. With her usual dour mood, she apprised the group on the current state of affairs with the human settlements on Destiny. Destiny was the one habitable planet in the Proxima Centauri system. The fleets arrived only a year before, but already the human ships had laid claim to the world. 4 of their ships remained in orbit as military outposts, blasting the airwaves with warnings for the synth fleet not to approach. Now they had begun dumping mines to add fire to an already tense situation. The synth fleet had no interest in settling Destiny for the most part. It was their intention to remain spacebound and to establish a swarm of habitats around the nearest stars. They would be far more suitable than a planet already buzzing with life of its own. But the sudden escalation in hostility worried them. After a long introduction, heavy with news the council already knew, she offered the floor to proposals. Cloud lost count of the number of such meetings since the beginning of Destiny's hostility towards the synth fleet. There should have been so much more progress by now. Cloud maintained that the main obstacle was the indirectness by which politicians spoke. Dr. Clancy was no exception. He stood to address the council and laid out his idea, a naturally uninspired spin on a proposal put forward many times before. There was a definite strangeness to how he presented the plan to essentially litter Destiny with aid supplies. The idea itself was stupid, but it was the fact that he looked like a mannequin while he presented that bothered Cloud most. His mouth didn't move, that wasn't necessary with the implant. But it was that his face produced practically no animation that was so haunting. His eyes just moved from one counselor to another in a set pattern. All the while, his dull voice droned on in everyone's head, and the table's inbuilt speaker for Doctors Sun and Yuri's sake, reminding Cloud of an old truth. A bureaucrat wouldn't dare use one word when 1,000 would do. He was amazed at how such a high level of bureaucracy persisted despite the marvel by which the council's members were able to speak. Decades of augmentation research in combination with the invention of Cloud's android had reached a disruptive pitch. The line between human and digital entities like Cloud were blurring. Implants to enhance the body and mind were already common on reach, but the latest represented a great leap forward. The Broca transceiver allowed thought speech to be transmitted directly into the auditory cortex of another. In basic terms, one need only think of what they wanted to say, and it was heard in the mind of another. It spread like wildfire among the people of Reach. But not everyone was so eager to embrace the new paradigm. 2 scientists present at the council lacked the implant. Dr. Yuri was one. The other, Dr. Haruna Sun, stood the moment the droll speech came to its much-belated end. Cloud suppressed a smile. This was going to be good. He could see similar reactions on some of the other counselors. Haruna was Cloud's closest friend, though you wouldn't know it observing their frequent arguments. Her first love was the art of the argument, though her tact was severely lacking. She came off as aggressive and rude, incendiary almost. Her first impression was rarely anything other than that of a loose cannon in the form of petite Korean woman. That hadn't changed in the 6 decades Cloud knew her, but Cloud was one of the few to stick it out and earn the honor of seeing the true Haruna. Where first she seemed like the most stubborn and reactive woman one could ever meet, she later revealed herself to be far more admirable. Their debates were passionate yet free of the slightest hint of animosity. She pursued arguments for the same reason as Cloud, to achieve a new understanding. One unspoken value they shared was that the true victor in an argument is one whose mind is changed. In their frequent debates, she changed his mind on many things as often as he changed hers. Before she came aboard Reach, she was a maverick, a scientist on the fringe with as many qualifications in biology, medicine, and sapient modeling as in theology and philosophy. He wasn't sure his mind was made up on some things she insisted upon, but more than once he found himself open to unexpected new ideas. Chief among them is her research into near-death. He had to admit Sun's research into the commonalities of near-death experience was exhaustive and as scientific as any investigation into the subjectivity of experience can be. She even had a standard model named after her. But most surprising was her pioneering research into the existence of the soul in AIs. It was even less accepted by her peers than her near-death models in humans. But her research into the last moments of life in artificial entities had already made Cloud reconsider his own existence. And he knew too something he was yet to admit to himself, nor she to herself. Her research into the very idea of a ghost in the machine was not coincidental. It began the same day Gil decided to upload his mind, the day Cloud was born. Haruna spoke, using that mouth from which Cloud couldn't separate his attention. I thought we agreed already that Dr. Clancy's idea couldn't possibly work. Cloud glanced at the other counselors and saw a mixture of smiles, wide eyes, and dipped brows. They are too paranoid to accept anything from us. They consider us the enemy. Even if they were in serious risk of starvation, thirst, or stalled growth, they wouldn't accept aid. Cloud brought his attention to the president and thought he sensed her suppress the rolling of her eyes. The council would be more than willing to hear an alternate proposal, Dr. Sun, she said as if addressing a gregarious child. She didn't this time remind her that a counselor wasn't meant to speak until recognized. Cloud felt his eyebrows begin to climb up his forehead. She was being uncharacteristically direct, rude almost. He felt a heat beginning to build. Haruna didn't respond. He could see a certain redness beginning to grow in the high cheeks of her slight face. Haruna was a source of amusement in the scientific community, both for her fringe research and her abrasive attitude. He knew she didn't want to present an idea so early in its planning stages, but more than that, she didn't want to be the one to outline an idea with such fantastical implications. Her reputation would only damage all hope of it getting off the ground. It was an idea he and Haruna had been discussing for the past year. Their discussions, still mostly argumentative, made them almost giddy. They became so in love with the idea that Cloud feared they had lost all objectivity. It was a rare thing, and it made them close allies despite the council's belief that they were better suited as sworn enemies. Since Cloud's first visit to see his daughter, he was inspired. Her undying motivation to limit human suffering and help others struck him to his core. In time, it became central to his existence, a path for his life to follow that seemed to fit him closer than the most worn-in pair of leather boots. He was following his own destiny, and it was kinder and more fulfilling than he had ever thought possible. To his surprise, it struck a new bond with Haruna. She was often confused for a religious person, but the closest she came to worshipping a higher entity was in her belief in the human soul. She was a die-hard humanist, as zealous about anything as an atheist could be. Together they sparked an idea that, if successful, would be the last ever revolution in human history. At least for the portion of humanity that chose to remain tied to the physical world. And Haruna was adamant, even by her standards, that a better future for mankind was one in which the physical remained vital to the essence of the species. Cloud wasn't sure he agreed with her fixation, but he knew it was the most important idea anyone had ever pursued. But he also admitted his own bias. He found he couldn't assume the perspective of other scientists removed from his and Haruna's obsession. In that he knew full well that he had fallen deep outside the confines of objectivity. In truth, he had no way of knowing how it would be received. He looked from the counselors, whose attention was fixed on Dr. Sun. He returned his gaze to Haruna. A sudden sensation took him. It was like his chest was a string instrument, and a cord snapped inside of him. His face contorted into an altogether new expression. Before he could stop himself, he stood, his height over his fellow scientist making her diminish into obscurity. All eyes snapped to him, and smiles disappeared. Dr. Yuri's gaze was colder than ever. He gently placed his palm on her back between Haruna's shoulder blades. There was no material there in the dress, so he could feel the softness and warmth of her skin. A flutter within him gave him strength. In the glance they shared, he told her he was coming to her rescue. Her expression moved from frown at how the council had embarrassed her to a frown that warned him not to dare do what he was about to do. But there was also a sense that she knew he couldn't be stopped. Cloud took a moment to marvel at how so much could be said without words, even without the latest miracle of technology. When she sat, he opened his mouth, inviting some looks of surprise. "Lady President, may I address the council?" There was a long pause. No doubt she was surprised that the inventor of the technology which made speech unnecessary chose to speak anyway. But she nodded her consent all the same. "You have the floor, Dr. Cloud," she said through her implant. He smiled, putting on his most diplomatic face, and took the time to meet the eyes of every counselor present. In that look was the glint of a warning, a reprimand for how they treated Haruna. As he spoke, outlining his and Haruna's idea, he watched the counselors' reactions closely. The more detail he provided, the deeper their expressions became. Wide eyes grew wider. Open mouths opened further. Dismissive smiles turned outright laughter, but not once did any of them take their attention from him. And as he watched, he knew with full certainty that they would accept his proposal. The birth of magic 21,147, 79 years since Genesis. Thy godlike crime was to be kind, to render with thy precepts less the sum of human wretchedness, and strengthen man with his own mind. Sir George Byron. He walked through the last door into the last glass room, nested inside a dozen more, and never once slowed as he approached the pedestal. The door closed behind him, and a sharp thunk told him it was sealed. Cut off from the world and all consequence for anyone but himself, he took the last step towards the container. His arm reached out towards the opening in its side. It was then that a first pang of doubt came to visit him. He glanced sideways through the nested walls of glass and caught Haruna's eyes. Her face was a statue, to anyone else a blank slate, a closed book. But in the smallest tilt of her brows he saw her concern. Last night as they lay together, he told her he would be safe. His body was replaceable, even if it wasn't so close to invulnerable as he could make it. But were it not unbreakable, his stubbornness absolutely was. He could not be talked out of it, and she knew him more than enough to be sure of that. She was the only one who did. He let his hand follow its path into the opening. His eyes departed the painful expression on his lover's face, but his mind stayed upon her. In the past years, his attraction to her grew, as did his admiration of the kind soul she hid beneath. Their conversations were enough to sate his thirsty intellect, where their work together did not. And he knew she felt the same for him. His hand was now in the center of the seemingly empty container. He could sense the tension in the lab, outside his lonely nest of glass. There was a palpable silence among the researchers that was rare to behold. He felt their gaze on him and the fate of his hand. The seconds moved slowly by. The test was already underway. It was vital it succeeded, though he knew, with an admittedly unscientific confidence, that it would. He stood alone inside a labyrinth of containment cells, resting upon a section of Reach's outer hull. If containment was broken, this whole part of the lab would be jettisoned into the void, and he with it. But he was sure, at least before now, that there was no chance of that. His life aside, the team couldn't afford to fail. He couldn't fail them. He had to do this because if he didn't, no one biological was ever going to risk doing the same. As the only artificial being on the team, he was expendable in a way they were not. And that was his belief more than theirs. He removed his attention from the others and directed it towards his hand. Now wasn't the time to think about them. He was the one here. It was he who had his hand in the jaws of a lion. But as he focused, he knew all the majesty of nature's proudest predator was nothing compared to what he was sensing now. He closed his eyes. He felt the material suspended in the test chamber brushing against his palm. He could sense the particles, almost too small to perceive even with his supernormal senses. They were dancing and moving on the air like murmurations, like atom-sized starlings. It felt at once cold to the touch, and yet buzzing with something that felt like warmth. On the edge of his perception was a sense of potential. of anticipation from the matter itself. He wondered if its longing to act, to obey, to create or destroy was in his mind, something he imparted upon it. He noticed he was grinning. He opened his eyes. Passive test complete. Mites exhibit expected level of non-interaction. The sample is inert. Cheers erupted in the lab, carried to Cloud's ears by the intercom. He turned and shared a smile with Haruna, the tension of before dissolving in her features. He felt light, full of energy, like the mites swarming around his hand expectantly. He looked back at his hand in the test chamber. Reset instruments. Beginning command and control test. The cheering dissipated. There was a pause, followed by Haruna's voice on the intercom. Negative, Doctor. He turned back to her, returning an expression as hard as her tone. Her face was statuesque once again. He felt the muscles around his eyes go slack. She couldn't be serious. There was another long pause. She pinched her eyes, surveying him. Very well, Doctor, but we would prefer to review the data before proceeding. The data isn't going anywhere. He turned so as not to look at her. Reset for command and control test. He was grateful when there was no response. A tone confirmed the instruments were reset. He would pay for that later, but for now his course was clear. He looked at his hand again. He took a deep breath through his nose. It was a habit he found too helpful to abandon despite not needing to breathe. It helped his focus. He closed his eyes as the deathly calm of before returned. He licked his lips. He said the words he practiced hundreds of times. They were of a language he helped design. The words, melodious and soft on the ear, belied an efficiency that no language before could hope to emulate. In those few words was the equivalent in meaning of 100 pages of any other. There was no delay between his completion of the phrase and what his hand perceived. He opened his eyes. Droplets were beginning to form on his skin, like dew. He watched the air around his hand grow misty. The droplets started to coalesce. A moment later, water began to percolate down from the top of the test chamber. Like rain, fat droplets dashed against his hand. He felt light. A grin returned, even wider than before. It felt exactly like rain, a feeling he realized he never experienced as the entity he was now. Even in Gil's memories, he had no example since he left Earth. It never rained on Reach, only on the farming rings. Reporting success in command and control test. All parameters are as predicted, he said. Cheers, even louder than before, carried on far longer. He smiled, but it was different than his grin from before. He felt a fire inside himself. He couldn't turn away. He couldn't stop now. He knew what his invention was capable of, and this wasn't even close. This was child's play. In his hand he had power like none before him. Reset for test 3, he said, not taking his attention from the test chamber, his eyes still bright, enraptured by the sight. That's an absolute negative, Doctor. Cloud snapped his head to look at Haruna. He glared, but the ferocity of his gaze could not affect her. She released her finger from the intercom and turned to speak with another researcher, Dr. Errol Yuri. A heat began to grow in Cloud's face. This wasn't the first time they countermanded him. That familiar, harsh sense of exclusion came to him. As the project moved forward, ever more because of his insights and drive, he was made to realize something terrible. The others saw him as something other. It was more than the friction he was used to, like from Gil's memories working on the Reach project or building the fleets. That usual reluctance to keep pace with him was tinted now with something far worse. They had become far less careful at hiding their perception of him as little more than a difficult machine. Yuri was at the center of it. Cloud was brilliant, yes, but then that was expected of the artificial. Even Haruna, whom he trusted more than anyone, had begun to show signs of coercion. He had once overheard him compare Cloud to Synth, and she didn't disagree. It was still the most painful thing she did to him. Cloud knew Yuri had personal power. Cloud, on the other hand, had position power. He was the official head of the project, but he also knew that Yuri's kind of power tended to trump Cloud's kind given enough time. It only added fuel to Cloud's urge to push ever onward, faster, harder. Better take risks while he still had his freedom. Haruna put her finger on the intercom once again, but Cloud spoke across her. "Doctor," he said with emphasis, "your objections are noted, but I am proceeding with the remote command test. You can record or eject me into space right now if you'd prefer." For an instant, he questioned the sudden surge in emotion. but he stopped himself from dialing it back manually as he could. He wanted to feel every part of this. Dr. Sun closed her mouth. Cloud knew better than to look into her eyes. He knew he would get burned. He was brave when it came to certain things, but not that. A long silence ensued, then the reset tone. Cloud moved immediately, this time not at all grateful that his orders were followed for once. He removed his hand from the test chamber. The opening closed of its own volition, leaving not the faintest sign of seam when it shut. He closed his eyes again, bringing to mind the next phrase. His simulated heartbeat quickened. He could swear he felt it beat against his ribs. He spoke. A thundercrack exploded inside the test chamber. He threw his eyes open. The chamber was still intact. Another loud bang, then another. He could see bolts of lightning now. Impossibly bright forks of light burst in and out of existence before him. The power was palpable, fierce, magnificent. He couldn't look away. It looked like he had caged a storm. He turned to look at the researchers. His smile fell away when he saw their wide-eyed faces, pale with fear. "Test abort," Haruna said urgently. "Don't you dare, doctor," he urged, lifting his palm to stop her. The look she returned gave him pause to wonder if their unofficial relationship would survive the day. "Please, doctor," he said more softly. "The test isn't complete." She hesitated. It allowed enough time for the thunder to suddenly cease. He jerked his head back to the container. Inside was something new. The storm had morphed into something that looked far calmer. The chamber was thick with fog, grayness so uninterrupted and absolute that he could no longer see past it. A glow began to emanate from its center, deep within. It grew brighter by the moment. He could feel heat on his face. As one intensified, so did the other. "Pressure and radiation levels are at extreme levels," Haruna announced, "and climbing rapidly. Just 5 more seconds. Cloud, we need to abort." "Wait." The dense cloud in the chamber began to rotate, building momentum and peeling away from the edges of its prison. Thick ribbons swirled around the ever-brightening center, collapsing inwards like some celestial beast feeding on the cosmos. Then the chamber was suddenly clear. No dense fog remained, only a point of incredible brightness, a luminous core that shone with pure energy. It was calm and unchanging, a tiny star floating, peaceful, like a mote of dust from heaven. Cloud stared, his eyes eroding under the intensity of the miracle before him. He didn't care, couldn't care that he was going blind. "I did it," he whispered, Flood 2231. "I am going to put an end to all people, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. I am surely going to destroy both them and the earth." Genesis 6:13. The familiar thud reverberated through her boots as the door below her began to open. Part of her expected she would never again be able to get it open, not with the water rising so quickly. The lake was reclaiming Lake Town. The shanty town come burned ruin was never meant to be, certainly not here. For decades, those cast out from their ancient homes in the city came here. Their former homes were demolished in the holy leader's hunger for magic to mine. Even now, where most of those houses had been, there was nothing but a derelict quarry. And now there wasn't even Lake Town. None of its buildings. None of its desperate people. The dark water rushed around her boots. The force continued to build. She looked around for something to hold on to. But the surging water grew ever quicker. The noise of it flowing into their hiding hole was deafening. She was on the edge of a growing waterfall. It swept her feet from under her and threw her into its jaws. Her fingers grazed the edge of the ladder as she tried to reach it. It was too wet to grab a hold. She was still falling. She closed her eyes, hoping the water below was deep enough to catch her. Her fall came to a sudden stop. The only water that hit her was that which cascaded from the street above. She was in the spellcaster's bony arms. She wondered how her weight hadn't crushed him. He lowered her so that they were both now in waist-deep water. The level continued to build. The old man paused to see if she was all right. Then he moved off towards the nearest wall. The moment his hand touched the wall, a loud hum filled the space. The doors above began to close. The water rushed downwards through holes that had not been there before. She turned to the old man. Thankfully, he wasn't looking back. She was still trying to swallow her embarrassment. How could she be so careless? If he wasn't there, she would have died, never knowing her place in all this. Why her life had been a lie. She could feel her eyes were still out of focus despite her near death. What she saw was fresh on her mind. She mulled it over, turned it around in her head the whole time it took to sneak back here. It made her feel like there was a rock in her belly, like she would never eat or drink again. "I don't think we can stay here any longer," the spellcaster broadcasted through the room, creating an echo. "The waters are rising too fast." G didn't respond until he was closer. It didn't feel right to shout what she had to tell him. "I found her," she said. Cloud's eyes widened. "Asha or Amanda? Both, I think." She took off one boot and emptied it onto the floor. "I went back to the Dark Rose." She ignored the look he shot her. It reminded her of the way her Ajuma would look when she did something she wasn't supposed to. "I convinced the barman to reconsider some of our questions," she continued. He was more forthcoming this time. The image of the man's blood-soaked nail beds rose into her awareness. She swallowed it back, reminding herself that it was the only course available to them. Their leads dried up days ago. Meanwhile, she and the undead spellcaster kept on getting wetter. If they were ever going to find out what the Holy Leader wanted with her, then some drastic actions had to be made. "You know," Cloud said. She could tell he was trying not to sound like a parent. On Earth, torture was outlawed, not because it was cruel. He paused to see that she was listening, but because a person will say anything when they're in pain. She pretended he hadn't said anything. "Still, it's something to go on," he added. "More than that," she interjected. "He said Asha's troop left a calling badge to contact them when we made our appearance." She remembered that afternoon she went insane and joined forces with the spellcaster. She threw her overseer badge into a flaming building not far from where she now stood. She couldn't take the risk they could use it to follow her. The days had long gone since the seal was a privilege. A reminder that it was once her duty to contact Master Utkin for her orders. "Surely they took it back when they set the trap," Cloud stated more than asked. "They did," she confirmed. "But it tells me something. There's only one place in the world to find a badge." "The refinery," Cloud offered. "The holy refinery, yes." The supply of magic was a strictly controlled resource in heaven. Countless buildings were torn down in prospecting for deposits in the skin of the world. But all magic dust was refined and mixed with flux in a single location. All the world's magic artifacts originated in that same, heavily guarded place. After a pause, the spellcaster shook himself from a thoughtful stare. "Wait, you said you found your ex-inferior officer and Joseph's wayward granddaughter? Surely you didn't find them at the refinery, did you?" "Actually," G looked away, trying hard now not to feel like a scolded child. "But how?" Cloud responded, his voice raised. "The refinery is in the same complex as the Holy Palace. I spent years trying to get within 100 meters of the place. How could you have?" They shared a knowing look. "I just wanted to see how close I could get, but it was too easy." She remembered her elation at first when she managed to get so far into the Holy Palace complex. But she had a clearer memory, the moment she realized she wasn't that good, that something was off. "I could have walked right into the room they were keeping her in, had I been bold enough," she said, tired of the thought. "They were sitting in front of a damned window for heaven's sake." Cloud was quiet for a time. "So it's a trap," he said finally. She nodded. "Another ambush. No question." Again Cloud looked away, his eyes narrowed. "We will be captured," he said after an all-too-short pause. G smiled. "It might be nice for both of us to be prisoners for a change," she said. Cloud looked at her for a moment, his expression unclear. Then he returned her smile. "There's something they want from you," he said. "Something valuable they must think you know." "So there must be something more you haven't told me," G replied without pause, folding her arms. "Then I think it's time you knew." Her heart swelled. Finally, she would have the whole story. He held out his hand. "Your knife, please." After a pause, she handed it over. "I told you the truth when I said all there once was of me was in this crystal." He snapped the gem free of the knife's handle without any apparent effort. G's breathing halted. He held it in his hand for a moment, his eyes closed, his lips moving. G noticed she was breathing again. She wondered what as yet unseen spell he was casting now. "As of now, that is no longer the case," he said as his eyes reopened. "But at one time a small, brave girl brought me to life with this." You remember that day she gave it to you? The day she told you to bring it to the Holy Temple and pray for her return? G nodded, swallowing a sudden lump that formed in her throat. The Holy Temple was not always a place of worship, he continued, his voice taking on a teacher's quality. It was once the headquarters of the Heavens Reach Science Directorate. The Directorate was this world's leadership. Its offices were filled with well-meaning but misguided scientists, like myself. G wondered at the far-off smile that came over him. More than deal with the day-to-day running of the world, we explored. We were free of the outside control that slowed science on the world we left behind. Our resources were as vast as our scientific zeal. We made massive leaps in our understanding of the universe, and all new kinds of amazing technologies were the result. His smile dissipated. Until I headed a team that created humanity's last invention. His tone grew sour. We called them mites. Nanotech. Tiny machines that could manipulate the fundamental building blocks of all things. They could change the world around them however their programmers wished. At first, we used them to make Heaven's Reach a self-sustaining system, free from the dangers of human interference. But over time, it became clear that a lot more could be done with them than water the plants. I realized too late the danger of my creation. I did what I could to stop the other scientists gaining access to them, but I was only partially successful. G could sense the sorrow that appeared to take over him. His eyes looked wetter. His posture began to lose its youthful sturdiness. Not for the first time, she couldn't believe his claim that he was just a machine. I watched as the power corrupted them, turned good people into monsters. Some had already forgotten they were dealing with technology. Some started openly referring to what these machines could do as magic. One scientist in particular fooled me for a time. He produced a tired, airy laugh. We were in love, you see? He swallowed hard, his voice joining his eyes in the distance. Haruna was the most brilliant mind I ever encountered. G's eyes widened. She didn't move, instead replaying his last words in her memory to make sure she heard correctly. She betrayed you? She asked. Another sigh, laced with only a trace of amusement. I very nearly thought so that day she deactivated me. He took a half step away from her, only to return after shaking off an uncomfortable thought. But the fact that I am here, that she trusted her beloved great-granddaughter to awaken me, his eyes were still distant, but brighter now. It proved she was not like the others. G looked at him, her eyes taking in the humanity she never expected of a powerful spellcaster. How did me bringing the crystal to the temple lead you to be here? She asked him. He smiled now and focused on her. The moment you brought this into Directorate headquarters, the temple, it sent out a message. This body, he gestured at himself, was kept in storage in the Holy Leader's vault below the temple. That message and the copy of my mind it included was all that was needed to bring me back. Your great-grandmother must have known this, he said as if it was the first time he believed it. Together you saved me. He handed the knife back. G held it as if for the first time. She was not surprised to see the crystal embedded in its hilt as if it had never been removed. Now, he said through a sigh, if we're about to get ourselves captured, there's one more trick I need to teach you. The dying of the light, 2147, Cloud's hand hovered in front of the access panel to the laboratory. He made a mental effort to suppress his simulated heartbeat as it drummed in his chest. He reminded himself it was his last chance to turn back. But a voice inside him rushed to force the notion aside. It told him what he knew to be the absolute, inescapable truth. If he didn't destroy it all, then it would be the end of all things. He forced his finger into the scanner. The nanosecond it registered his access, he pushed harder, obliterating the panel. He did the same the moment the number pad accepted his passcode, another shower of glass shards. He ignored the layers of artificial skin that peeled from his hand. The retinal scanner acknowledged the unique signature of his handmade eyes and received the same fatal treatment for its trouble a moment later. The door to the lab swung open. He forced it closed behind him, twisting the metal handle with such force that the lock fused with the steel frame. He went over to the pillar-mounted control panel at the center of the lab. He grasped the edge of the monitor. With a heave, he ripped it free of its perch. The force shattered the glass screen and exposed the wire entrails in the pillar behind. He grasped a shard still holding fast to the bezel of the sparking screen. He pulled it loose, in the same moment letting the monitor fall to the floor. He held the sharp piece of shrapnel above his palm and paused once more. He laughed. What was he afraid of? It wasn't like this was going to hurt. He dug the shard into his skin. He twisted it and worked it along the lines of his palm. He considered the absurdity, the madness in the level of effort he expended on the small detail when he made this body. Those wrinkled lines served no purpose other than his ephemeral colleague's comfort. What a fool he'd been to think looking like them would mean they wouldn't turn against him. The skin flapped uselessly as he completed the incision. He cast the shard aside and worked the fingers of his good hand into the bloodless gash. There. He found the high-band transfer bus. He gripped a resistor array that hugged the bus and yanked it free. Again, he cast aside the unneeded component. Whether this worked or didn't, it would be the last time he ever used this arm. He considered the exposed guts of the panel in front of him. He reached up behind a tidy web of wires and located the command circuit by touch. He took a useless breath and grabbed the chip, letting the exposed inside of his hand make contact. The surge made every synthetic muscle in his body contract. His mind went blank, but for the sensation. Only when a dozen voltage regulators kicked in throughout his body did he regain the power of thought. What a rush! He considered the unexpected delight that licked at his awareness. Never in this cursed electronic life had he found that sweet release. The self-annihilation his human ancestor could get from so many underappreciated things. It was ever out of reach. Whiskey, liquor, marijuana. Why hadn't he made a body that could enjoy these things? He banished the thought in a fraction of a millisecond. He registered the connection he made with the control interface. He initiated the command to begin wiping the database. With every picosecond that passed, one more potential monstrous deed was wiped from possibility. The ability to understand any external command was removed more and more every moment. Soon it wouldn't matter how hard those evil scientists tried to control the mites. They would never be able to abuse the power of his creation. One by one, the external control programs winked out of existence. One by one, his faculties melted and corroded from the fierce energy flowing through him. It was as if for every punch he threw, one of equal magnitude was returned. But it was the only way. He didn't know how much time he had. This was his only chance to take back the power he brought into an unready world. For all the prejudice against his kind, there was no human mind that could understand, let alone recreate his nuanced management protocols for the mites. He subdued the dreams that rose into his awareness amid the crystal-clear rage. Those images of a world where peace and prosperity are taken for granted, where the souls of humans less corruptible, all of it was possible. The words of his former research team and those fools in the directorate rang clearer still than those hopeless fantasies. The look in their eyes, it could only be described as power madness. In those callous grins he saw worlds aflame, lives torn apart, all hope perverted and violated. He had to do everything he could to ensure that didn't happen. He was seconds away from accomplishing that. But then the system froze. The current ceased, catapulting his mind from the interface. He stood back, contemplating the horrific turn of luck. But he knew even his luck wasn't that bad. He looked to the doorway. There stood Haruna. Her face was twisted but paler than the red he expected. It occurred to him that what he saw in the tired lines of her face was not rage, not even disappointment, but sorrow. The vision tugged at his muted heart. The horrible feeling forced its way past the boundaries he had set when he stood outside the same door. When it abated, all it left behind was heat, a steady stare and hands that had now become fists. "Let me back in, Haruna. You don't understand." "Understand what?" she interrupted, her tone a torrent of anger below a surface of sorrow. "Please tell me what I don't understand. I love hearing you lord your superior intelligence over me." Cloud scoffed. He was already moving, pressing onwards for the containment cells. If he couldn't destroy the data, then he'd destroy the primary mites. Without the prototypes, there was nothing to copy. Not anymore. Though countless mites pervaded the world already, he hoped his deletions in the database would make them all but useless. At least with no way to recover the research, to reverse engineer his prototypes, the fools would be lost. "Want to see a magic trick?" He shot bitterly towards the door. His fist smashed through the first control panel, allowing him into the first containment room. Alarms blared throughout the lab. Their arrogance told them they contributed more to his invention than was even close to true. The truth was, this was his invention. Their efforts were clerical at best. Soon they would learn how much they took his mind for granted. He launched his eroding arm through each consecutive access panel. With every instance of crushing force, his arm chipped, fractured, and was lost in the same debris it created. When he reached the inner containment chamber, it was little more than a sparking stump, fake skin dangling from it, loosely like wet tissue paper. He stood in front of the containment vessel. The mites still shimmered from the test days ago. How could such potential be ruined in such a short span of time? How could he have missed it? Even in his hands, the potential of the mites twisted him. He could feel the urge to control such power. He felt that urge corrupt him, even now as he looked upon them, even as he was about to destroy them. He forced his one remaining hand through the containment vessel, breaking it. The mites swarmed around him. It reminded him at once of two very opposing thoughts, of benevolent fairies filled with concern at the damage he had wrought to his hand, the other of flesh-eating, uncaring flies rushing to feast upon him. In both notions he saw the absolute truth of his creation. He closed his eyes, recalling the words he hoped he would never have to speak. "Time to die, little ones." His vision froze before he could open his mouth. He couldn't move at all. No part of him responded to his panicked urges. A painful instant later, his faculties returned. He registered a cacophony of sounds surrounding him. Wideband. All frequencies. Highest possible intensity. The exact formula needed to block the signals his mind sent to control his body. It was coming from the intercom. He turned to Haruna. Beside her, with his arm around her, stood a man he recognized. It was Dr. Yuri, his face alight with chilling smile. Cloud glanced at the man's hand. In it was his terminal, his thumb pressed against the touch panel with as much force as he could summon. The sound and the paralysis returned, a span of time he could not measure past before there was a reprieve. It was long enough. He spoke faster than any ephemeral human could. The words that would remove him and his creation inexorably from the world, forever. The moment the last sound escaped his lips, he felt fire. A wondrous light grew before him, enveloping his fraying hand. They were dying. Such bliss Cloud nor Gil had ever felt before absorbed him as he watched. They were consuming themselves, and him with them. But he didn't care. At last he could rest. At last he would know peace. Want to see a magic trick? Watch carefully as I... No one heard his last words. Apnea 22-118. And someday there will be nothing left of everything that has twisted my life and grieved it and filled me so often with such anguish. Someday, with the last exhaustion, peace will come and the motherly earth will gather me back home. It won't be the end of things, only a way of being born again, a bathing and a slumbering where the old and the withered sink down, where the young and new begin to breathe. Hermann Hesse, there was no transition to wakefulness, only the abrupt resumption of consciousness. Cloud's hands rushed to cover his ears, a reflex to block out the crippling noise. But there was no noise. In fact, there was no sound at all. What's more, he felt both hands fully intact, pressed against the sides of his head. This was not how he remembered them, the image of his brutalized limbs consumed in fire with the rest of him. It was still so fresh in his mind. It made no sense that he was alive. He ran an internal diagnostic, another reflex. He dropped his arms and realized he was standing. How long had he been like this? A lifeless statue in a space of complete silence. Utter darkness. He needed to see where he was. In the absence of light, he had one option. He started shivering. The vibration of his artificial muscles grew faster. In mere moments, he could hear a sound. A dull hum reverberated through his whole body. Moments later, the sound grew louder, higher in pitch. His mind registered the rippling sound as it bounced off the objects closest to him. The delay told him their positions and shapes. Sonar. It was a curious way to see the world. It was akin to the sensation he felt when he was Gil when someone walked into a room behind him. That sense that something had changed. The visceral feeling of it. It was like his mind touched all things. Like his environment was as much a part of him as he was part of it. This was like that, only infinitely more intense. All it told him, however, was that he was in a large room he didn't recognize. A muffling layer of dust coated stacked boxes, canisters, a piece of technology, and items he didn't recognize. He was in storage. The sound his body produced shook the dust that rested in a deep layer on his shoulders and head. But he still took a moment with his hands to shove off the dust that clung to his face and to pat down his clothes. He recognized the material of his outfit. The formal attire he wore to that awful party still hung on his elderly frame, the party the directorate held to celebrate the mites. It only added more questions to a growing list. He recognized a console in the corner of the cargo hold and headed for it. He registered the lack of stiffness in his limbs. His whole body reacted as if he had never been deactivated, as if he had repaired it himself. He ran his forearm across the slanted display of the console, freeing it of some amount of dust. It came to life, sending harsh blue light throughout the room. He ordered his body to stop shaking. The first query was to learn how much time had passed. A gush of air escaped his imitation lungs when he read the date. August 14th, 2218. Impossible. It was almost 50 years since he should have died. Suspending his disbelief, he probed the console for more information. He had to learn all he could. There was a new burning question he wanted the answer to. Was he successful? Did he stop those madmen from using his mites? He found a video surveillance recording from the week after his last living moment. An image of the council chamber of the science directorate lit up before him. Fist-waving, shouting scientists filled the amphitheater. It was chaos. Or so he thought until a few seconds of incoherent hate passed. A man forced his way through the throng of mad scientists, in his arms an unmistakable weapon. An instant after Cloud recognized the object it detonated, a flash filled the room, turning all to white. The recording ended abruptly. The silence in Cloud's prison now seemed deafening. Those poor fools. Was his sacrifice not enough to show them the error of their ways? But of course he knew he was too late. The moment word of his creation reached the ears of fallible human beings, it was too late. He hesitated before performing a search. Search term, Block 81, Laboratory 33A. His lab. The lab that should be no more after his attempt to destroy his invention. He felt his soul, or whatever made him feel alive, yearn to return to the slumber he thought would be his last. The next video was worse than he had imagined. It was of his research team, standing around recovered debris. They were extracting, analyzing, recovering the curse he had set upon the world. Every video showed them fumbling through the dark mess he left behind. Every video was a day they grew closer to a terrible end. The last recording showed a nightmare unfolding. His team demonstrated to a new directorate council the feasibility of a new means to control the mites. It was crude, disgusting. Through the application of large amounts of energy, the mites' programming could be reactivated. In the test, they used an explosive, something that looked like gunpowder, what the team referred to as flux. The process destroyed the mites, but in their dying moments, they tortuously performed a final function. The test showed them firing a bolt of destruction through a meter-thick plate of steel. They had turned his child into a weapon. Further tests added to the strain in the muscles of Cloud's face, the wideness of his eyes. Yet more complex tricks were forced out of the dying mites, each with more obviously dire consequences than the last. Cloud felt a pain where his heart should be. He wanted so badly to stop learning how they had twisted his mites into a dark instrument. But he knew he had to learn all he could. He began a download into his mind, everything he could access on the mites, everything anyone had ever tried to force their will upon them. He wouldn't fail to rid the world of them this time. If that meant he had to fight fire with fire, then he would make every perverted moment count. The terrible knowledge entered his subprocessors. His subconscious immediately began analyzing and optimizing the data. Another video caught his attention. He accessed the file. It was years after the tests. A short man stood on the top step of the directorate building. The structure itself was pockmarked with the remnants of what might have been heavy gunfire. Likely the same trick his former research team demonstrated in a previous video. Large gold banners hung over the more damaged sections of the building, displaying an insignia he didn't recognize. The new order, no doubt, the man seemed dressed for the circus. But the complete lack of joy in his face told Cloud he wasn't looking at a sideshow. He turned up the volume to hear the man as he addressed a large, deathly silent audience. Pious children of heaven, this is a magnificent day. The dust of the long war has settled. Out of the ashes your God emerges. From this day and for the rest of time, Koshai the Holy Leader will guide us, his loyal servants, into a... The recording stopped. Corrupted. Not just the file, Cloud thought. Everything was corrupted. He accessed what files he could from the directorate. A last log was accessible. It was from President Rhodes. Audio only. Her voice was rough, puncturing desperate, heavy breaths. The council is gone. I have little confidence I will survive the day. The coup is all but over. The cult is stronger than we imagined. We couldn't stop them, not with the mites under their control. There was an unbearable pause. I hesitate to say this, given the nature of the enemy. But, God, I pray you stop these lunatics from turning our world into a... Playback interrupted. File corrupted. Frantic searches and dozens of files confirmed it. Some sort of despotic theocracy replaced Reach's mostly benign directorate. The fanatics even went as far as rebrand the habitat Heaven. Cloud swallowed a mounting sense of simulated nausea. His vessel, his home, Heaven's Reach, spoiled worse than he could ever have contemplated. In the long, bitter pause, a video started playing of its own accord. It was addressed to him directly. Haruna's face, more desperate, more tired than he had ever seen it, filled the console. Cloud, I'm so sorry. I should have listened. Cloud swallowed the lump in his throat and forced himself to listen. But all he wanted to do was reach through to her at that moment, to hold and to comfort her, to tell her that it was all fine and he would make it all better again. That doesn't matter now, she continued. I don't have much time. If you find this, you might have guessed I recovered your control crystal from the debris. I'm sorry I couldn't leave you rest. But there's too much at stake. I made what repairs I could to your body. I made some improvements where I could also. You'll find a full manifest in subprogram Sun 37 Gamma. Cloud accessed the program. He smiled. But it quickly died away. He shouldn't have underestimated her either. He incorporated the knowledge into the subroutine, working on how to control the mites. Already his subconscious was providing the means to perform feats not known to the theocracy. Spells, he supposed they'd call them, but he was far from elated. He knew the danger of this power and how it may well not be enough to restore some sanity to the world. Another message. Haruna was years older now. Faint lines crossed a face that had begun to hold less tightly to her bones. But his heart still felt the same when he saw her. The situation here is worse now than I ever thought possible. The rest of the team is dead. It's just me and Dr. Yuri left. We think the council is behind it. We're not going to let them get away with... Message corrupted. A folder of documents rushed to fill its place. Death reports of all but a handful of the team's members. Missing person reports for the rest. Another message loaded itself. This time Cloud took a moment to recognize the sender. Her face was pale now, etched with deep wrinkles hanging from her jaw and cheekbones. Cloud struggled to recognize the sharp pain that cut through his body. She grew old without him. The thought had crossed his mind when they were in the throes of love. But to see her like that, he felt something precious had been stolen from the both of them. Some cruel cosmic punishment. Sorry, I know it must be a surprise to see me like this, but this may be my last chance to... She froze at a distant sound. The pause endured longer than Cloud thought he could endure. The video resumed near the end of the message. I'm so sorry, Cloud, to put you in this position. If I had known, well, none of that matters now. Just stay safe. Don't waste a third chance at life. And please, please, find her before he does. A tear escaped Cloud's eye and dashed across her image. A rivulet of dust-darkened saline water moved down the display as her last message to him came to an end. For a time he couldn't move for fear of falling apart. His fingers worked the display without his consent, rushing through menus, inputting commands and writing programs, searching madly, looking for her. A single string of numbers filled the screen, then an image, coordinates and part of the world's landscape as seen from above. It was a section of the habitat Cloud struggled to recognize, some place called Lake Town, a shabby favela clinging to a drained corner of a lake. He only hoped he encountered one of the fanatics on his way, the ones who turned his home into the very opposite of its name. When he did, they would die. They would die. I see your eyes with glory blaze and splendor bind your dusky hair, and ever through the nights and days my soul must struggle with despair. Joseph Mary Plunkett. The half-meter thick steel door shut behind him. The force they used to throw him in the cell was excessive. He was still catching his balance. One foot stumbled over the other, coming down hard and frantically against the packed lunar regolith that made the floor of the dark room. There was just enough light to make out the enormous gashes in the floor. Large machinery once called this space home. From the size implied by the marks, this room may once have held the pressurized tanks that held the habitat's valuable and volatile thrust fuel. It sent a stab of cold lightning through his spine. Were they so foolish to throw away their ability to maneuver the habitat? They could be hurtling into the belly of a star, and none of them would know until the heat began to rise. He banished the fresh concern, adding it to a long list of good reasons to overthrow his world's mad theocracy. He moved back towards the door. He listened closely and picked out the voices of two smug guards. They didn't seem to be moving away. He had to assume they would watch over the door until the higher-ups decided what to do with him. He noticed his eyes remained wide, shifting but not focused on anything real, only this thoughts. The ambush was a pathetic attempt on his and her part. They saw through their disguises far too quickly. As far as Cloud knew, they should have had no knowledge of the ability. A handful of late resistance members were the only ones he had ever told. No one alive should know that he could mold his and others' faces for disguise. Neither he nor G looked anything like those the Holy Guard should have recognized. But here they were. So he had to concede one of two facts. They knew of his ability, or they could perform the same trick themselves. He and G were captured with little more than a small scuffle. The enforcers in the refinery descended on them before they could act. The ambush was much better planned this time, much to Cloud's dismay. They wouldn't have stood a chance even if their disguises had held. They were going to end up incarcerated no matter what. Heaven's Reach had no place for jails when he last saw it. Criminals were rehabilitated and enjoyed relative freedom with high surveillance, certain areas being restricted depending on the crime. Now, in heaven, capital punishment was commonplace, and prisons of one sort or another covered the world he built. And underfoot, too, it seemed. The thought of being put to death made his mind turn to G. With a conviction he knew only a lifetime ago, he knew he couldn't let her sad story end that way. She was all that remained of Haruna, but there was more to his connection with her, something that alarmed him when it brought to mind that same feeling. The same thing he felt last in a hospice on Nightingale. It was a mistake coming here. It was his misguided hope that they could surprise their adversaries. He was foolish to imagine they could make away with Joseph's granddaughter. Far too swiftly, they had been forced into a far less well-thought-through plan. Should they be captured, they might be able to get close enough to someone important they could overpower. Only now did that second plan seem like the stupidest thought that had ever visited him. He had to break them out. Himself, G, Joseph's girl and her lover. They might not expect a second attempt so soon. In his body was a small reserve of mites that might be enough. He summoned to mind what the locals would call a spell. He called it something far more technical, far closer to the reality of his invention. It still startled him, the terrible ignorance that made the children of humanity's greatest minds believe his mites were magic. Worse still, that this mystical force was the grace of a religious despot. But he had to admit the concept gave the process some sleekness, even if it was a boiled-down, curdled monstrosity of an interpretation. The spell would amplify his body's ability to resonate, to make sounds by shaking itself. If manipulated exactly right, he would be able to disable the guards, bursting their eardrums and literally shaking the neurons of their brains until they lost consciousness. It wasn't the most humane way, but it was the only option he could manifest. The vibrations might also loosen the door lock. It was worth a try. He spoke the words. Nothing happened. His body vibrated, filling the room with harsh, otherworldly echoes. His vision blurred from the shaking, and it became difficult for his feet to hold to the floor. But the mites seemed to have other, more sedentary plans. Quite without reason, he looked at his hands, as if they could tell him something a slew of internal diagnostics could not. He attempted to conjure a mote of light. Perhaps a simpler command would rouse them. The room began to grow brighter, but he knew straight away his spell had nothing to do with it. The door swung open, the languid pace reaffirming the ton of steel from which it was made. An old man took a step inside. His ancient-looking head was bald. It seemed to have forgotten it once had hair. Deep-set eyes stared back at him from below wispy white eyebrows. Cloud maintained his glare, even as his peripheral vision took in more details, his red-rimmed black cloak. The enormous gold seal of the Holy Leader donned both shoulders. He knew he was looking at one of those who called themselves the Masters. It seemed likely he was looking at G's former commander. "You can save yourself some time, Cloud," a deep gravelly voice escaped the other old man. "Your magic won't work here. I feel I owe you for all the time you saved me. I must thank you for accepting my invitation." It appeared Cloud's reputation had preceded him. "G?" Cloud asked, ignoring what he assumed was the opening verse of a long-winded gloat. Master Utkin smiled a smile that failed to reach his eyes. The door clanged shut behind him. "Miss Sun is quite safe. I have some questions for her, of course, but I thought I'd visit you first." He closed his hands behind his back. Cloud wondered if he should try to conjure another spell. "Amanda and Caspar, are you keeping them prisoner too?" "Oh no, they were never my prisoners," he said, almost through a laugh. "Your dear friend Joseph has been under careful watch for quite a while now. Eventually I learned of his association with you and the other heretics. I had my men approach his granddaughter and make her an offer." This time Cloud laughed humorlessly. "You threatened her to bring us into your trap." Master Utkin's cold smile dissipated. A crude way of describing it, but it will suffice. He moved off towards the larger reaches of the room. Without pausing, he muttered to himself, and light descended from the ceiling. It looked as if rain had caught fire. Somehow the poor excuse for a priest knew how to selectively subdue Cloud's mites. "Worry not about Amanda and her servant boy," he continued, pacing away from him without concern of attack. "They will be well taken care of. The Holy Leader is just and generous." Cloud felt a heat rise within him. "What do you want with me? The last of the resistance was worth all this trouble?" Utkin turned on one foot mid-pace to look at Cloud. "Trouble? You were no trouble, Doctor." Cloud flinched at the mention of his title. It was something no one alive should know. "In fact, your arrival made routing out the heretics a lot simpler than it would otherwise have been. I should be thanking you," he laughed. "I'm not going to kill you. We both know trying would do no good." He resumed pacing in a wide circle. "You're worth far more to me alive. The Holy Leader is interested in your magical expertise." "A magician never reveals his tricks," Cloud said reflexively. His eyes grew wide once again when the other man laughed. There was a flash of recognition for the old joke in the man's eyes. There was some irony Cloud missed. Cloud's wide eyes became narrow. "Besides," Cloud continued, "it seems you zealots have more expertise than I gave you credit for." "I assume," Utkin replied evenly, resuming his pacing, "you're referring to your sudden loss of magic?" He lifted his shoulders. "It's a simple enough thing to do. If we had any notion you were training the heretics in its use, we would have wiped them out far sooner." Cloud used some will to dim the sensation that rushed through him. "But turning them off is your trick, isn't it, Cloud?" Utkin continued pointedly, "I was always more interested in bringing back their power." "They?" Cloud blurted. Again Utkin stopped and turned, his face alight now with a smile that included his eyes. "The mites, of course." Utkin's dark eyes scanned Cloud, hungry for the reaction he sought. Cloud returned his poker face. Underneath was turmoil his adversary couldn't know. "The mites," Utkin shouted, "you stole from us." He jabbed his finger into his old ribcage. "From me!" Cloud could feel his body taking a step backward. Could it be? Yuri? Utkin grinned, but his eyes pressed on with their attempt to bore holes in Cloud's face. "You recognize me at last?" In a split second, Cloud ramped up his internal computation. He had to think fast. But his thoughts only swirled around uselessly. They moved inexorably between thinking it was impossible and inventing 1,000 new theories and conclusions. "I knew you had to be old," Cloud replied as evenly as he could. "The moment G described you, I knew you had to be like me." You fool. I'm nothing like you. You're a machine like me. Cloud smiled, enjoying knowing he still could get under the man's skin. Funny, considering how vile you found the idea last time I saw you. Utkin, Dr. Yuri, looked away. We all had to make sacrifices, he said as if reminding himself. You left this world in chaos. Order had to be restored. Don't dare blame me for what happened, Yuri, Cloud responded. Anyway, your idea of order is evicting people from their homes? You must know you can't build mines. Do you really think you can find some secret stock of magic in the skin of the world? You're more likely to puncture a hole and push everyone out into space. Uktin looked back. I should have known you'd believe those stories. There are no mines. Cloud paused, considering. Ah, he said, lifting his chin and putting his palm against his forehead. The buildings. You're processing the buildings themselves to extract the mites, he lowered his hand. You are desperate, aren't you? Desperation has nothing to do with it. The other man shot back, his finger stabbing at the air between them. The extraction made it easier to clear up space and remove those who fail to see the glory of what I am building here. He smiled, remembering something. And now I have you to undo the damage you did to their software. I will create more magic than I could ever need. Never going to happen. I promise you that. Promise? Yuri was smiling again. Like you promised those heretics your twisted idea of freedom? He laughed a wheezy laugh. You must have made some pretty big promises to young Miss Sun, too, for her to revolt. Are you really claiming I am the deceitful one here, Yuri? He shook his head, distracted by a thought. What should I call you now, anyway? Dr. Yuri? Master Utkin? Holy Leader? He laughed. Amazing that your idea of a glorious new reach requires you to play God. I am God, Doctor, the Holy Leader shouted, moving a step closer. Cloud could see madness in his eyes from this distance. None other has the power I have. None other has the wisdom to rule, to direct heaven's destiny. Cloud scoffed at the man's emphasis of the word. Others tried before me, and what happened? Complete anarchy. He was breathing heavily now. He seemed to recognize his excitement and visibly calmed himself. You are too stupid to ever understand, he continued tiredly. But you will cooperate, Doctor, even if I have to disassemble you piece by piece, even if I have to activate every one of your artificial nerve endings. He turned and paced towards the door hastily. The metal portal was opening of its own will. Until then, he turned to add, perhaps Miss Sun will be more helpful, and if not that, then I will have my uses for her still. Jericho 2231. Her hand moved the moment the heavy door slammed shut. It reached behind her in the darkness of the room. Her palm clutched at her lower back, searching. She smiled, releasing a sigh. The familiar bejeweled handle remained where it should. She readjusted it, but reminded herself not to remove it just yet. It was hard to handle an invisible thing, and she didn't exactly know how the spellcaster's concealment spell worked. She listened to the muffled conversation of the guards outside the damp heat of the metal space. Their dialogue was unclear, but its sound reminded her of a casual exchange between young friends. She considered their overconfidence in being able to hold her. She felt a warmth in her stomach. She was used to being taken captive and was skilled at getting out. The element of surprise had somehow failed her and the spellcaster before, but she was sure she would have it again when she made her escape. She wondered what Cloud would say when they reunited. How strange it was that their captors saw through their magical disguises. It puzzled her to think those who captured them knew about such magic before all this. Were that the case, they would have countered the rebel heretics far sooner. Only when Cloud cast the spell to change her appearance did it make sense to her. The resistance was far more cunning than she had anticipated when she was on the other side. Perhaps she would wait before digging her knife into whoever walked through that door. She had some questions that needed answering, but for now all she could do was wait and endure the heat. A bead of sweat made its way down her brow. She brought her hand up to wipe away the perspiration. Her palm slid across the outline of her face. It came to a halt when it moved across her nose. It wasn't right. Her other hand joined the first. They outlined the bones of her face, her brows, her cheekbones, her chin. What they found was familiar. That was a problem. She took her knife from its place, tucked inside her belt. Her heart felt as if it was in her throat at the sight. The knife was no longer invisible. She positioned herself and the knife so that what little light there was helped her see her reflection in its metal. The image returned was her own. It was not meant to be. Her reflected face contorted. All of Cloud's magic had worn off, the spell that hid her knife and the one that disguised her. The bones of her face had moved back into place without her noticing. He didn't mention it had a limited duration, especially one so short. She assumed he would tell her, were that the case. It seemed important to know how long one could depend on such an ingenious disguise. Perhaps not so ingenious after all. There was only one conclusion. Their captors knew not only of the spell's existence, but also knew how to counteract them. A new kind of sweat seeped from her pores. Had they made a fatal assumption? Was their enemy far more powerful than they anticipated? The door creaked open, a sharp grating sound from unoiled hinges. She hurried to conceal the knife as she stepped out of the door's path. The man who entered was immediately recognizable. Master Utkin entered with a cold, toothy smile on his ancient face. She ignored the old habit to stand at attention. This man wasn't her superior anymore. He cast an orb of light as he walked past her. His arms clasped behind him. She turned to face him, keeping her blade out of view. As her eyes adjusted, she could make out the room. Metal and plastic in that curious pattern she recognized, the same as that from their abandoned hideaway below what was once again a lake. "Where is the spellcaster?" she asked, before he could speak. She kept her tone even, but she wanted him to know he no longer had her respect. She could see the outline of his face change, though she was still at his back. He was smiling again. "Your new master is quite well." He turned to face her. "Now that I was able to make him see reason, he will make a useful disciple for the holy leader." He smirked to himself. "I don't believe you. You're trying to deceive me, just like you always have." She swallowed as he remained silent. She cursed herself inwardly. She couldn't let herself be intimidated by him, not anymore. "My dear Miss Sun," he said, tilting his head to the side. It looked to G as if he was trying to contemplate how she had missed something obvious. "I never once lied to you, a rare privilege I afforded you because of who you are." "You have no idea who I am." He began circling her. G kept her front facing towards him. "It is true there is much I haven't told you, but that is hardly the same as deception. Much of my knowledge is my burden to bear. It includes your identity from the moment you came into this world." G frowned, considering when would be the right time to stab the madman in the throat. "Yes, I've known of you your entire life. You came to be in that heretic camp by design. I needed you there, to temper you, to make you the general I needed to root out the heretic scourge." G looked away, her eyes moving about, chasing the thoughts she gave no permission to exist, more deception. "But more vital to me than that," he continued, "it was always your purpose to bring Cloud out of the shadows." He stopped pacing and regarded her squarely. "I must commend you on your perfect performance." G glared into his eyes. She lost control. "You have no right over my life." Utkin laughed cruelly. He leaned closer. "Why? That's no way to talk to family." He remained with his face closer to hers, studying her reaction. G knew not to grant him the pleasure. She reined herself in, grasped hold of her emotions, and forced them down into the fire in her belly. More lies. She told herself not to respond. His eyes glanced over her face, taking in her features. "I hate to sound cliché," his hand lifted towards her, "but now that I can say it, you look just like her in the right light." He caught sight of his hand. Something changed inside of him. The hand fell, and his thoughtful expression diminished. He took a half step back and swallowed. "Our daughter, your grandmother, was less eager to side with me than I would have liked at the beginning." His face soured. "She was stubborn. I had to make a difficult choice. Of course I had no idea she had birthed a child, but—" his face slackened. "God's will be done." G's hand gripped the butt of her knife. Her knuckles were white. "Your mother was not worth the effort, I regret to say. Her foolhardiness got her killed before I could get through to her." He stopped pacing again and turned towards G. "With you it became clear what I must do. With you I found the means to create a divine instrument." His eyes flashed as he moved nearer once more. In one movement, G pulled the knife free and swung it around her hip. She brought the blade in a fierce jab upwards, aiming for the underside of his head. She grinned as it neared his wrinkled, sagging neck. She wouldn't hear another word from this foul man. No more lies. She fell forwards as the knife carried upwards. The tip grazed his chin, shearing skin from bone. But it did no more damage than that. Ji stumbled onto one foot, catching herself. Her body was already translating her movement into another attack. This time, the blade jutted forward towards the man's stomach. All it met was more air. Ji bellowed, a grunt that quickly became a rebel yell. She swung and sliced as the old man somehow dodged her attacks. He was too fast for reason. She felt like cutting his infuriating magic from his body. If only she knew how. Her attempts slowed. Her breathing became heaving. He grabbed her wrist and squeezed. A bolt of pain shot up her arm. He was crushing her. But she would not drop the knife. She searched his face, as if for explanation. His eyes were wide, mad. He was deathly still, but the pressure continued to build around her hand. She looked at the wound she inflicted upon his face. What she saw made her drop the knife, sending it clattering to the floor. The skin removed from his chin showed no sign of blood, no sign of flesh. Where there should have been bone, there was something duller, something grayer and wholly unaffected by the impact of her knife. His eyes glared at hers as his grip tightened more. She screamed at the wet sound that came from her wrist. He threw her back, sending her against the wall meters away. The hot, desperate air flew from her lungs at the impact. She cradled her broken hand as she pushed herself upright. The man, or whatever he was, reached down and picked up the blade. He grinned, the wildness still lighting up his eyes but growing brighter still when they saw the crystal in its hilt. "No!" Ji shouted, reaching out with her one working hand. He paid no attention to her plea, instead inspecting the stone in the knife's ornate hilt. Cloud's memory crystal. Of course, this is how he did it, he said to himself. How she did it. He pulled the gem free of the intricate framework of the handle. He smiled. Haruna was never one to be underestimated. He formed a fist around the crystal and turned to Ji suddenly. With wide paces, he closed the distance between them, lifting the knife towards her. "I would be wise to rid myself of you Sun women," he spat, the blade a minuscule distance from Ji's heart. Ji let a sound escape her. All she could do was watch as courage departed her. Was this his plan? He laughed humorlessly. To have you do his dirty work? Pathetic, he barked. He stopped, his mouth open to form the next word. But frozen, Ji frowned, her animal mind mercifully displaced by her senses. She studied his insane facade. It was surreal. Was this magic? A moment later he continued, not noticing the delay. Have a message for you to pass along to your... Again he froze. His face contorted in an unflattering pose. Ji felt a force move up from her belly, urging her shoulders to rock. Despite herself, she laughed at his awkward expression. Dear great-grandmother, he stopped, interrupted by the sight of her smile. He frowned, not yet enraged. For a moment he watched her. He let the knife move away from her as his eyes glazed over. His mind was somewhere else, searching the sensations of his body or something stranger that machine men did. Ji watched, more chuckles bubbling to the surface as he glanced over his body, searching. If she died, then it would be worth it. His desperate search came to a sudden halt at his other hand. He opened his palm and regarded the crystal with horror. His eyes bulged. The muscles of his face stiffened. Strange, she said. The spellcaster told me he cursed the crystal. She tilted her head sideways, but this was not what I was imagining. She laughed again as his eyes glared back at her. Behind them she could see only pain. He let a wet, guttural cough burst out of his mouth. All muscles in his body were rigid. Ji regarded him curiously, wondering at how a machine could simulate every ungraceful aspect of the body. Why make an immortal body with such detail? Why make one to copy the horror of dying? It seemed like the most delightful of mysteries. Her smile dissipated as suddenly as it had formed. A sharp feeling seared through her chest. She looked down and saw her knife buried between her ribs. It remained inside her as he let go, as he slumped back, falling on the ground. The pain grew weaker far faster than she could explain. A coldness began to creep through her, starting where the pain was ceasing. At the same time, her head grew lighter. Her vision started to blur. The warmest part of her now was where her blood pooled in her mouth. She felt giddy. A joy she couldn't recognize. She kept her eyes on Utkin's unmoving form, smiling as she slipped away. Dawn 22:31. The bobbing of her head is what brought her back to consciousness. Her eyes opened with a creep. Into her clearing vision, the sight of steps began to form. She could feel the pressure of arms and a torso against her body, holding her. Her senses were slow to return. She had a familiar sense with whom carried her. For now, she didn't feel in danger. The memory flashed into her mind, cutting through the blur. The image of Master Utkin's light fading out as he died before her. Then a reminder of the terrible coldness that crept through her body after her knife took her life. The price she paid for her life's greatest act of violence. She regarded the white stone steps again. Were they the entrance to an afterlife? The man carrying her wasn't breathing heavily, not like one would expect. It was almost all she needed to be sure of whom he was. She wrested control of her weak neck against the bobbing and managed a glance. She frowned when she saw those strange glass circles, seemingly held by his frowning eyebrows. In the edges of her vision, she thought she could make out those strange, collared and boxy clothes, like in that room in Joseph's mansion an actual lifetime ago. But the image quickly faded. The spellcaster in his ancientness came into clear focus for an instant. His gray eyes were steely, locked on whatever lay at the top of these never-ending stairs. Was he even stranger than he claimed to be? Not a man's mind in a machine's body, but some celestial spirit tasked with carrying her dying soul into whatever came next. Her vision faded to darkness. When sight returned, it granted her a vision that seemed to confirm the thought. A complex, multichrome lattice of shapes, frozen in a sublime dance high above her. She registered the pressure on her back. She was lying down on something hard, something cold and smooth. Cloud's face came into her vision, hovering above her. The folds in his neck made him appear made of the knotted bark of an oak. His lips moved, but he was voiceless. She frowned, not yet fully aware of whether or not she could speak either. Her eyes returned her to the comfort of the majestic shapes high above. It was then she realized it was a ceiling, held aloft by white pillars inlaid with delicate carvings. The pillars she recognized. She was in the holy temple. The recognition awakened a reservoir of alertness. She could feel a crowd of people assembled around her. She brought her attention back to Cloud's lips. Still, there was no sound. She opened her mouth to speak, deciding she would try. But before she summoned her own, Cloud's voice faded into her awareness. The words he spoke, however, didn't match the movement of his lips. She still couldn't hear anything else from the world around her. "Gee, listen to me closely," he said hurriedly. "I left this message in your mind for you to hear when you reawaken." G felt a warmth in her belly. Her delight confused her, but still she wasn't dead. Cloud saved her. "I need you to play along," he continued. "There's no easy way to put this." His disembodied voice gave way to a clearing of the throat. "You died." The bottled voice gave way to a sigh. "I made the tough decision to bring you back." There was a long pause, given the means I had available. G wondered at his meaning, but continued to listen. "Your former master is dead. The poisoned crystal deleted him from his body." Another long pause. "Your consciousness is now in that body." G's senses rushed out without her command, absorbing all they could. The strange way she felt, the absurd clarity that was forming in her perception of the world. How unfamiliar her body felt. Small, thinner even than her own body, frail in form, but inescapably powerful. She waited for panic to overcome her, but her body cared not to elicit the signs. It didn't feel the need to breathe heavily, sweat, or show any sign of the panic she awaited. This is what it felt like to be a machine. "I know this is a lot to digest," Cloud's bodiless voice pressed on, "but I have a plan. I promise to explain everything. For now, I can only ask that you trust me." G watched her inner mind, waiting for it to tip the cosmic scales. Waiting for her heart, if she still had one, to carry her in one direction or the other. Did her soul truly trust this man after all? Would she find a hate that was used to this form, boiling up in the face of his actions? Actions to which he had no right? "If you do," Cloud said, "just say the words, 'I am fine.'" His voice faded away. Now the sounds of the world around her moved in, growing louder. The chatter of dozens of people assembled around her, echoing through the massive worshipping space, or rather around whom they thought to be Master Utkin. "Master, are you okay?" Cloud asked, his eyes wide, pleading. She decided she would make him wait before hearing her reply. The facade on his face, he was a terrible actor, began to crumble. One more instant and he would let panic take over. "I am fine," she heard another voice say from her throat. She managed to control her desire to grin. The strain in Cloud's face died away. He bowed his head. G quite liked the prolonged show of respect, even if it was the strangest act she had ever been part of. His eyes returned to hers. "G, I must apologize for doing this to you," he said quietly. G lifted herself atop the marble surface so she could sit. Cloud attempted to assist her, but to her own surprise, she shook of his hand. She braced herself for a room that was spinning, but the sensation never came. With every passing moment, a new level of clarity graced her awareness. She felt more sober than she had ever felt. Everything was 1,000 times crisper. No uncertainty, none of the automatic guesswork her old brain performed. Even her memories of the past moments were sharper than those of an entire, if short, life that preceded them. She turned to Cloud, whose head was pulled back, recoiling from her ever so slightly. She might not have noticed before being in this body. Now she felt as if she knew the absolute position of things, the slightest motion or change. In his eyes she could see something searching, some inner force that grasped at a hope all but lost. When he looked at her, more than ever she felt he was seeing her as someone else. Not as Utkin, but someone dear. Someone for whom he held a great burden of regret and sorrow. She shook her head. Her intuition told her something she knew to be absolute, though until now she could not have fathomed it. To bring those mistakes with oneself into another life. It was amusing nonsense. Did he really believe one was never free of their wrongdoings, no matter how much time passed, no matter how many times one died? It made no sense. "We're fine, spellcaster," she said after preparing herself for her new voice. It still made her a little sick. He had better know how to change it for her. Cloud's eyes grew brighter. The tension in his shoulders eased. He produced a weak smile. She put her hand on his shoulder. Her other hand cautiously rested on the cold stone of the altar. His smile grew, but sight of her wrinkled, blood-soaked hands made her take her hand back with a snap. She held both palms before her. Her heart felt cut through with ice. The image of blood faded as if soaked up by her pores. Another hallucination, she decided. But the meaning was clear. It disgusted her to be in the body of this man. She turned to Cloud. "Please tell me you can make changes to this body." The old spellcaster glanced about at the crowd, making sure they were at a safe distance. He turned back to her, his brows arched, his mouth forming a subtle smile. "I will," he said, "in time." He rushed to continue as G's frown deepened. "But we might have an opportunity here." He smiled a weak smile again. "Time is not anything you have in short supply now, G." Her thawing heart grew cold again. What he had done to her. It dawned on her like the crashing of a huge wave, not just a return from death, everlasting life. But was it life? She shook the idea off, finding she could with a strange level of ease. Her body provided none of the feedback to which she was used before she was a machine. No subconscious awareness of one's sweating hands or flushing skin. Nothing for the mind to latch onto and magnify. A lake as still and clear as glass. "So I take it this is all a performance," she said, gesturing at the crowd. Cloud nodded. "When they locked me up, I had no powers at first. For no apparent reason they came back, and I could break free. I could come to find you." G evaded his eye contact. She wasn't comfortable with him protectiveness. It was foreign. It felt like it was meant for another. "I didn't figure it out until I escaped," he continued, "and found you and our dear departed holy leader, well, dead." He hurried his pace again. "When you killed him, my powers returned." "Back up," G interjected. "The holy leader is dead?" "Oh yes, right," Cloud said, planting his palm on his forehead. "The man you called Master Utkin admitted to me that there was no holy leader, only him and his massive ego. He was once a man I knew before the church took over the world, a fellow scientist, Dr. Errol Uri. He worked with me in building this world and in creating magic." G saw the man's lip curl ever so slightly at the word. "He told me he was my great-grandfather," G said. Cloud's eyes grew wide as he tilted away from her once again. The whites of his eyes dimmed, his whole body seeming to deflate a fraction. G's face slackened at the sight. For some reason she wanted to hold him then, to comfort him. But why? Then it hit her. The child his love for Haruna yearned for him to have with her. The second chance his soul called out for, to do right by. That was something this Yuri stole from him too. The thought made her look away. I know how to test that claim, but... Cloud started, returned to his usual problem-solving self, but he was interrupted by the approach of a man in an ornate and impractical outfit. G looked at the portly man. By his flowing white and red clothing, she knew he was the high priest. She thought he might have been chosen for the role by his ability to bow while walking. "Your Holiness, you are unharmed?" he said toward G, coming to a stop a respectful distance away. He talked quickly. "But of course you are," he continued after a pause much shorter than he seemed to think. G didn't know whether she would laugh at the man's strange behavior. He was so flustered. It seemed so absurd to her for anyone to show her such fawning respect. G watched as his small eyes took in the spellcaster, sitting irreverently on the offering stone. Broken relics and crushed foods lay discarded on the ground around them from when Cloud put her atop the stone. G realized then the purpose of bringing her here. "What do you wish done with the heretic?" The rodent-like high priest said sourly. "This man is no heretic," G responded, surprised by the deep baritone she produced. "I owe him my life." She smiled. "I have more need for him than you, High Priest." The little man's eyes bulged and his head bowed. "Of course, Your Holiness, his will." "In fact," G continued, surprising herself with the ease at which she took to the role, "from now on he will be my understudy." "Yes, Your Holiness, of course, Your Holiness," the High Priest rushed. He bowed as he walked away. She looked at Cloud. He mouthed the word understudy, hiding a grin. G wanted to laugh. "Here I was thinking I was your mentor," he said. "Seems to me spellcaster," she said, her chin high, "that putting me in the body of a god counts as graduation." They shared a smile, warm and brimming with something G hadn't felt since her Ajuma graced the world. She got to her feet, aided by Cloud. The crowd was growing large, hundreds of worshippers spilling in the mighty doors of the temple, buzzing with the news of a miracle. Word was spreading of how the leader of the resistance saved the life of one of their most powerful. She opened her mouth, ready to address the temple, ready to put the world right.